Just as a shroud on the sleeping glen, we lay out the brat for the healing of men. A silver shadow moves over the height. Reed carries embers to swallow the night. Her footsteps are soft as the falling of wool, while the moon o'er the she is heavy and full. In the cold of the clay, lead us from shadow and into the day, with the spark of the forge and the flow of the spring. Wake every winter-bound slumbering thing. The wheel is a-turning, the lights on the wing. She stands at the anvil where destiny's to hammer the future and soften the past. With iron and fire she tempers the soul, to make what was broken vibrant and whole. The ice starts to weep at the touch of her hand, as the green fire of Imbolc awakens the land. Oh, breathe, breathe life in the cold of the clay. Lead us from shadow and into the day, with the spark of the forge and the flow of the spring. Wake every winter-bound slumbering thing. Cure for the weary, a song for the sage. A new leaf is turning on history's page. From the sacred well to the mountains rise the smoke of the morning in Breed's blue eyes. Oh, breathe, breathe life in the cold of the clay. Lead us from shadow into the day, with the spark of the forge and the flow of the spring. Wake every winter-bound slumbering thing. The snowdrop is waking, the shadows are breaking. Breed is here, the light is drawing near.
story is told. The wolf age is fading, the high winds subside. The thaw is a river of bone-chilling tide. From the roots of the world tree, the sap starts to climb, breaking the silence of ancient long time. The stones are whispering, the glaciers they weep, as the lords of the winter fall back into sleep.
Isa is breaking, so Elo is waking.
From the iron wood to the salt sea foam, the light is finding its long way home.
Wake from the ice sleep, the fire is won, the sky candle rises, the wheel has begun. The hammer is falling on shackles of cold, turning the silver to rivers of gold.
Sleep, giant sleep. The earth is ours to keep. Under the weight of a silver bone, the adder wakes in its house of stone. A ribbon of glass, a shivering vein, is drinking the mist and the firstborn rain. Of a mountain is shedding its mantle of white as the river uncoils in the pale morning light. Rise from the deep, oh silver thread, wake every root from its frozen bed. The ice is a skin that is peeling away to leave the green heart of a new coming day. Flow, little serpent, flow to the sea, set the heart of the valley free. The calic retreats to her cave in the mist, where the frost and the shadows have finally kissed. She leaves her blue staff in the mud and the clay, as the sun warmth of breed washes winter away. The pulse of the forest is starting to beat in the rhythm of water and soft cloven feet. Drip by drip, the winter dyes 1,000 mirrors for the skies. From the smallest crack to the widest bay, the serpent of spring is finding its way. the skin that is peeling away to reveal the green heart of a new coming day. Flow, little serpent, flow to the sea, set the heart of the valley free. The water is sea, the valley is reed. The serpent has come, winter is done. The hearth is swept, the door is wide, the winter ghost is pushed aside. With a bunch of birch and a sprig of green, the fairest morning ever seen. We've raised the brat upon the thorn to wait for breed and the light of morn. Oh, dance for the fire and dance for the seed, for the healing hand of Mother Breed. The wheel is turned and the flame is bright, we're dancing now, the heart of night. Ambok, the spring is born, the golden crown is newly worn. The snowdrop breaks the frozen crust, we shake away the winter's dust. A ribbon tied to the sacred tree for every spirit wild and free. The cats are low in the morning air as a scent of blossom fills the prayer. Oh, dance for the fire and dance for the seed, for the healing hand of Mother Breed. The wheel is turning, the flame is bright, we're dancing now, the heart of night. Ambok, the spring is born, the golden crown is newly worn. Oh, dance for the fire and a dance for the seed, for the healing hand of Mother Breed. The wheel is turning, the flame is bright, we're dancing now, the heart of night. Ambok, the spring is born, the golden crown is newly worn. The fire is high, the sun is in the sky. Spring has come. The furrow is open, the earth is dark old, a secret the ancestors' voices have told. I walk in the footprints of those gone before, to knock on the earth and to open Sleep in the shadow, wake in the sun. The dance of the seasons has only begun. By the hand of Mother Breeze, by the strength of the grave, by the kiss of the wind and the blessing of rain. Hold fast to the dirt, oh little green soul, to make the dry valley vibrant and whole. The bride has been blessed by the dew of the field, a promise of health and a bountiful yield. No more is the iron a weapon of war, but a plow for the life that we're hungering for. From the root to the leaf, from the earth to the sky, the promise of Imbo will never run dry. Under the clover, under the clover, life is a stirring and finding its way, safe in the keep of the ancient deep stone, until the high summer is sitting its throne. Sleep in the shadow, wake in the sun. The dance of the seasons has only begun. By the hand of Mother Breeze, by the strength of the grave, by the kiss of the wind and the blessing of rain.
Hello, my friends, and welcome back to the tavern. It is time at long last for our beloved Read-A-Thon. Welcome in, friends. Did you know that penguins have knees? Well, I would assume they would. Most animals have knees, don't they? Now, when are we doing the? Okay, all right. Now we're gonna split those up.
Yeah.
Okay. So welcome in. I see we've had quite a few people who have followed over on Twitch, on the Twitch portal. So for everyone watching from everywhere, today is the start of our Read-A-Thon. We will be reading every day this week, starting with The Hobbit. We're going to be reading from this lovely illustrated edition, illustrated by Jemima Catlin, and it's got all sorts of really lovely illustrations. I opened to the one that's completely grey. Let's see. Got the back end there on the screen. Jesse, hello, welcome in. Greetings from Donovan, Missouri. Donovan is not one I've ever heard. Alright, so let's see who all we've got in. We've got Cat and Pint Goblin over on and CrazyTube over on the YouTube portal. Who all do we have over? We have Nino Panda, we've got the Frostbeard, we've got Erin, we've got Bear, we've got Teresa, we've got Molly, we've got Alex. Which Alex, I assume you're CrazyTube from over on YouTube as well. We've got John T and Jesse Hun over on TikTok. Alright guys, we are off to the races today. So what we will be doing, so for everyone's aware, we'll be reading a little bit, we'll be talking about the story. It's sort of the same as regular story time. The only difference is that we'll be having giveaways periodically throughout story time. If somebody requests a song at a chapter break, we stop and we sing the song. And if we reach certain goals, we can extend the amount of time that we are reading. This is not something I normally do because, as all of you know, the way that I read is very, very difficult to sustain. So usually we just have a set amount of time, but during this week, you'll be able to extend the amount of time that we are reading. Like here, look at the Goblin King. Absolutely beautiful. Now, we're giving away a lot of things this week. We'll be giving away books. We're giving away a couple of illustrated editions of books. We'll be giving away a couple of physical copies of mine and the ladies' festivals book, which this is just a little handbook that goes over how our family celebrates the festivals of the year. We're also going to be giving away a full paperback set of the book we just finished for the adult slot of Storytime, which is a full paperback set of A Darkness Is Setting On, or Raymond E. Feist's Rift War Saga. We'll also be giving away, because we just finished the Harry Potter series, we just finished the entire thing, we will be giving away a illustrated edition of Harry Potter and the, was it Philosopher's Stone, Sorcerer's Stone? Americans, it's the Sorcerer's Stone, right? So we'll be doing that as well. I really love the accent, it's so nice. Well, thank you, Kat. I'm glad that you enjoy yourself when you come in. Kayla, hello! Thank you kindly for the heart meet. Tips of the Tavern Keeper always appreciated. Yes, yeah. So my wife Una, she was on. I was out running an errand and running late, so she was keeping you all occupied for me. And then we're also going to be giving away. What other books are we giving away, Lovey? I guess we can have it be a surprise then. Yeah, sure. Let's have it be a surprise. So, what are we giving away today, then? We're giving away. We'll be doing one copy of the festival's book today, correct? We're going to give away an ebook version of it as well as a hard copy. And then, do you want me to show them what else, or should this be a surprise for? Okay, so we can show them this. So, the lady found this mug, which is a whole map of Middle-earth, as well as a little brooch pin that is the same as the ones that the hobbits get. So these will be yeah, so it's secret, it's hidden. Keep it secret, keep it safe, right? Kitty, hello, welcome in, good to see you. So glad you could join us. You're in for the Read-A-Thon. Absolutely exceptional. Kirk, thank you kindly for the 20 stars, my friend. Force Mind Trick, you will watch Wallace and Gromit Vengeance most far. I've seen it, Tim. It's a very good one. I think everybody else should. We're not selling anything. Kitty. It's during the Read-A-Thon we're having giveaways. So if you want to participate in the giveaways, you have to be over on Twitch, but because it's the only place that we're really allowed to do the giveaways. But nobody has to pay for anything, nobody has to buy anything. That's it. We just have to. Does your wife? No, my wife is American. She grew up in California, actually. Go ahead and say hello to the people because you have a few people asking about you, Lovey.
Hello, everybody.
Yeah. My wife is from Northern California originally, and she grew up in Southern California. And that's where we met, because I've lived out here for 20 odd years for work. And we actually met through my work. And my wife is amazing, as a matter of fact. Oh, great. Wonderful. Always happy to add new ones. Avalon fi wait. There, I said it right this time. New sentence acquired. I worked out Twitch Bell. Rolo, hey Martin, how goes it? Need a dragon scale redeem that's giving the tavern keeper honey lemon tea. Yeah, we'll add that in for the rest of the week. Today's gonna be just a regular day, so we shouldn't have too much of an issue. Now the only downside to watching over on Twitch is that we have to run ads every hour. But if you are subscribed or have Twitch Turbo, it won't be an issue. But we stop reading during those ads, so we don't have to worry about it. Yes, so every time that we start a drawing for, because again we're giving away the mug and the pin are going to be given away together. Then we're going to give away a hard copy of our festivals book, as well as not a soft copy. I'm sorry, my brain isn't working. As well as an ebook. When those start, we'll announce it, and then everybody will be able to go over and do their thing.
Mile's trying to coordinate subs because she wants to do a hype stream.
Okay, that was really weird. My browser was completely frozen. Could I get one of the barkeeps to snooze the ads for me because my browser's not working? Esther, hello, good morning, Castle. You're up bright and early. We hope you're doing great. We're doing spectacular. Well, today starts the Read-A-Thon, Esther. Watch on multiple for optimal viewing, in my opinion, says nobody. That's right, because the conversation does continue. And the lady is going to be handling all of the stuff for the giveaway. So thank you, Frost. I appreciate you, mate. So when the giveaways begin, she will be announcing things in there. Whoa, guy, Erin, calm down. We haven't even started yet. I still have to run ads before we can start. It's like 23:30 for me right now, and I have to go to school tomorrow. Well, we're gonna get started here in just a second, Alex. So you're probably gonna have to get some sleep. Hang on a second, guys. I gotta fix this real quick. I'm having browser issues, but thank you, Erin, for all of those gifted subs to. Let's see who all got one. Alex, thank you for the subscription over on Twitch. We appreciate you for that. Tips to the Tavern Keeper, always appreciated. I can't see who all these went to because my browser is dying. Encyclopedia Bro got one. Molly Sue got one. Super Duper Jeff got one. Huh? Stephanie got one. Tanks to the Fighter got one. Molly Sue got one. Encyclopedia Bro got one. Super Duper Jeff. All right, wonderful. Teresa, thank you kindly for the sub. I appreciate you for that. You guys are too kind. Tips to the Tavern Keeper, always appreciated, my friends. All right, I don't know why.
Oh, I meant to put the Easter Tavern Fair on. I'm sorry.
That's okay. We'll have it tomorrow. So enjoy your tavern fair, friends. It'll be different tomorrow. Nobody, thank you for the subscription. Maybe, I don't know. Are you over on enjoy your Krampus Kringle there, Erin? And nobody. Aaron. Okay, all right, guys. Listen, you guys hear the level 3 hype train? We haven't even started yet. Joker, hello. I don't know. Stephanie, are you over on? Are you over on Twitch? Because it happened over on Twitch. Randy, hello. Welcome in. Hi from USA, Missouri. Love the stories that you share with us, and it's my pleasure to do so, Randy. I'm glad you're able to join us today. Okay, so my browser just it won't do anything. I can't even get it to close. So hang on a second. Having trouble, friends. Well, I don't know why it's doing that, but it has decided that that's what it wants to do. Aaron, okay, all right. That's enough. Aaron, thank you for the bits. I appreciate you. I understand that Milo coerced everybody into coordinating a hype train. Jesus, guys, calm down. Court, thank you for the. Huh?
They're doing the hype train.
All right. No, Court, of course you did. Okay, I see those came up for me. Quote, thank you for gifting Sharktooth, Honeychew, Martin, Nino Panda, and Kermit Keel over. Thank you for gifting them subs. I appreciate you for that. You guys are something else. Yeah, because even your music stopped playing, Lovey. Because
Well, the music is loud. It was meant to be for like when you need a break.
okay, all right. Okay, all right. Well, all right, Aaron. Thank you for the 40 bits. I appreciate you. Tips to the topic are always appreciated. Well, Randy, I actually live in the United States now. I've lived out here for almost 20 years, and this is where I met my lovely wife. And we currently live in Southern California. And I would quite literally toss so many people into a volcano just to get some snow. It is so hot out here. It's like 95 degrees outside right now. It's dreadful. Aaron, quote, thank you guys for the gifted subs. I appreciate you all. To everybody who subscribed over on Twitch, the support is overwhelming. Thank you guys. We haven't even started yet. You've lived here almost as long as I have. Almost. No, I think I've got it. Frost. Alright guys, we're gonna run ads real quick. I know that's crazy after you guys just gave so much stuff. I appreciate you. St. Patrick's Day is this Tuesday. Yes, it is. I have a wonderful story time coming out for St. Patrick's Day. Look forward to it. Want to trade? I will trade you every ounce of that snow pint goblin. I'll trade it all to you. Well, we're 33 degrees Celsius, I think, would be what 90 is. I haven't had to do the conversions in forever, but yeah, I think it's. No, we're gonna run ads over on Twitch. I'm sorry, guys. We're gonna ads starting now. Yeah, I would love some snow. I would love some snow. Oh, not much, Joker. We're just starting the Read-A-Thon. Stephanie, we are reading The Hobbit tonight. It is the start of the Read-A-Thon, and you guys voted that we were going to go through the Tolkien catalogue, starting at the very beginning. Well, not the very beginning, but we're starting at the beginning, where it all began, and then we will be going through all the way. We're going to get as far in it as we can for. I can't believe it. This is the first time that we've ever had a level 5 hype train, you guys. Now, admittedly, like, we never try to get you guys to tip or cheer or anything, because I think it's so much money. But that's wild. This Read-A-Thon is the first time we've ever had a level 5. See, it even says new record over on, because it's the first time we've ever had one of those. Paddy's Day tomorrow. It's also wait, Bear. Okay, so Bear, I thought your birthday was day before yesterday. Facebook told me your birthday's yesterday. When is your birthday, Bear? By the way, the bear has a birthday this week at some point. At some point this week, the bear was born. So, but yeah, so we're gonna be going through this. The lady has also agreed to read to you guys from Beren and Luthien, as well as the Silmarillion. And possibly even for all. Oh, good lord, you guys. Aaron, what? Aaron, slow down, you guys. Thank you. Jesus. This is too much. Too much. Aaron, too much. Erin is bankrupting herself on combos. Stop. Thank you. That's good. Thank you kindly. The hype train is like 80% Erin at this point because she just keeps going. Shadow, my friend. Hello. Oh my God. Now Shadow's getting in on it. Good Lord.
He resubbed earlier too while you were on.
Shadow, thank you for your resub, brother. I appreciate you, and thank you kindly for gifting. Okay, so let's see. Erin gifted to Pint Goblin. Kay came in and gifted to. Kay gifted to Testify Music. Shadow Dancer, thank you for gifting to the Vogue Bog and Austin Senpai and Spirited Sprite and Nicholas Infante and Aloin D. Song. Good Lord, you guys. What? No! Who, guys? Slow down! We haven't even started reading what the oh my God. Jesse, thank you kindly. I appreciate you. Alright, Erin, you've now gifted to Oh Mine Chess, Togi. I don't even know who any of these people are. Arwind, Nerdcore, Crocheted Bookworm, we know, they just recently came. Vanny Vibe just recently joined. John Strosity, KCLSZ, Side Quest Hero just recently joined. Chain Chomp Facts. Kay, thank you for the beats as well. Alright, I think that that's a level 7. I didn't even know they got to level 7. You guys are insane. That's more than enough. Okay, alright, thank you guys. We're going to be reading every day this week, Stephanie, but the normal days, so Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday, will be on everything. All of the other days will be on Twitch only. So every day, so Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday, we will also be reading, but we will only be live on Twitch those days. We will only have Storytime up on Twitch those days. Yeah, you guys, alright, I think that we're good. Level 7 is insane. Thank you, guys. I like books. I love books. We're big fans of books and stories over here, Alex. As I'm sure you're aware. I think Erin does need a prize. I think we're gonna have to send Erin something just because. Okay, all right, guys. So ads just finished, and Erin just spent a small fortune over here, and so did Shadow and Quirt. So we're gonna. Gonna take a second to breathe. We'll raise a glass to our friends who tipped the Tavern Keeper very well this evening. And Kay as well. Kay, thank you for the gifted subs and the bits. Thank you to everybody who is... I've lost track of everyone. So at the end of this, I'm gonna go through... Erin, that's perfect. Good. Hedgehog the Lure. Enjoy your Green Man Strout. Erin, thank you for that final gifted sub. I think there is a good place for us to stop. Thank you, guys. Jesus. I said there is enough. That's... Okay, never mind. They're just still going off. Enjoy your Stormbringer air. There you go. No, I thought you were gifting more. That's... Alright. They were just still going off.
Trying to catch up.
I need to be at 20. Okay, alright. I had 19. Alright, Erin, I appreciate you. You guys are insane. My father used to read The Hobbit to me when I was little. Well, I'm glad that we could share that memory together, Jody. And welcome in. Everybody grab your seat. We're going to start here presently. Even numbers are important. Yeah, I swear. I swear. Yeah. Alright, guys. So we are going to be in this illustrated edition of The Hobbit. We're going to be starting this right now. And we'll be going till the end. Now, when we reach 20 viewers on Twitch, it has to be maintained for more than 15 minutes. When we reach 20 viewers on Twitch, that'll extend the Read-A-Thon out for an hour. And then if every 10 extra viewers that we get on Twitch after that, we'll extend it by another hour. Yeah, I agree. Either after the first chapter or when we reach 20 people, we'll do the first giveaway. What do you want? Do you want to have the cup and pin be the last one, or do you want to have them be the first one, Lovey?
I think we can save that one
Okay, sounds good to me. Folly Crow says, hello, I love The Hobbit. I'm actually rereading it now. Wonderful. What, so are we, as a matter of fact. So, and we haven't been able to find one yet, but we might also give away a copy of, an illustrated copy of The Hobbit. Same one that we're using here today. I really love this version. It's got a lot of really charming illustrations that are reminiscent of another author that we like. Norton Juster. I don't know how many of you were here back in the day when this was like. The Phantom Toll Booth was where the Read-A-Thons all started. This was the first book I went through on my podcast with my brother, Endless Epic. And it was illustrated by Jules Pfeiffer, and the man is absolutely brilliant. Now, there's not as much color in these, but you can see he's got these beautiful line drawings where everything is contrasted purely by pencil work, and it is absolutely exceptional. All right, guys, thank you so much. You got an all-time record shattered. You've reached new levels of support. No, you all reached new levels of support. 68% into a level 7 hype train. You guys are insane. And then here we're going to open up the hype chest and share it. Choo-choo, my friends. Choo-choo. Thank you kindly. Erin, thank you. Shadow, thank you. Kay, thank you. Kurt, thank you. And to everybody who subscribed individually, thank you guys for the support. It is deeply appreciated. I thought goblins were only green or gray. It kind of depends. But yeah, you can see. Look at the beautiful illustrations here. These are the dwarves after they've fallen through the door into the hill, right into Bag End. Absolutely, I love the illustrations for this. All right, so if everyone is ready, I'm gonna bid you all. Hey, Ashley, hello, welcome in, so exciting. The Read-A-Thon, it is here, at long last. So, my friends, we will be starting with, sorry, Castle, everything froze. My birthday is the 14th of March. For me, that was the day before yesterday. Okay, that's what I thought. That is when I thought it was. I thought your birthday was 2 days ago, or a day ago. No, so I was wrong. So your birthday was yesterday. Okay. 14th of March. I knew it was sometime this week. Let's say everybody get a happy birthday for the bear as well, because he's just turned 21. He's finally old enough to drink in the United States. It's a wonderful landmark birthday for him. I'm just kidding. He's in his 50s. He's an old man, but he's a lovely old man, and we adore him, even as curmudgeonly as he is. I have a life day because I was born dead and no heart or lung function. It took me 3 days to take my first breath. Oh, so it's 14th to the 17th is your birthday because it took you a whole 3 days to be properly born. Properly born and come back to life. Well, there we go. 41 bullets. Yeah, no, I know. I'm just kidding around, Martin. We do love our bear. You're getting happy birthdays from Jesse and from Ashley and from Joker and from Stephanie and from Kat. So you've got birthdays from all across. Sorry, I'm late. My body decided today was the best day for a 24-hour coma. It's all right. It happens, Matty. It happens. All right, friend. Get your snacks, get your drinks. We are beginning. Now, for any of you who have never read The Hobbit, I want to bring something up real quick. The Hobbit, as we know it, is not just a book in the world that we live in. The Hobbit, as we know it, is actually a book in the world of Middle-earth called There and Back Again, written by one Bilbo Baggins. Now, There and Back Again is a real book in Middle-earth that was written by the real Bilbo Baggins as a chronicle of his journey from his home in Hobbiton in the hill at Bag End, all the way to the Lonely Mountain. The Joker also says, "Happy birthday, Bear." Now, many people don't know that The Hobbit was a real book in Middle-earth that was found and translated by J.R.R. Tolkien. And that The Lord of the Rings is a real book as well, called The Red Book of Westmarch. Also written in part by Bilbo Baggins, and in part by his nephew, Frodo Baggins. My heart bleeds. It has to otherwise I die. That's true, Martin, that's true. I've only seen the movie. Well, you're in for a treat. Because there's a whole lot of walking in The Hobbit. So I'm going to read actually, I don't know if this is an introduction. This is a story of long ago. At the time, the languages and letters were quite different from ours today. English is used to represent the languages. Who is still throwing... Destiny, hello, welcome in. You missed an insane hype train a little bit ago. Thank you kindly, Destiny, for the resub. Tips to the Tavern Keeper always appreciated. So, but 2 points may be noted. In English, the only correct plural of dwarf is dwarfs, and the adjective is dwarfish. In this story, dwarves and dwarvish are used, but only when speaking of ancient people to whom Thorin Oakenshield and his companions belonged. Orc is not an English word. It occurs in 1 or 2 places, but is usually translated as goblin or hobgoblin for the larger kinds. Orc is the Hobbit's form of the name given at the time to these creatures, and it is not connected at all to our orc or orc applied to sea animals of the dolphin kind. So, what's really interesting is that the orcs in The Hobbit are actually the same thing as the goblins. So goblins are just a different breed of orc in Middle-earth, but the hobbits call them goblins. So the reason why they're called goblins in The Hobbit is because Bilbo is the one writing, so it's from his perspective. So they are goblins. Can I help you?
Need information, and then I have
Give me just a second. Runes were old letters originally used for cutting or scratching on wood, stone, or metal, and so were thin and angular. At the time of this tale, only dwarves made regular use of them, especially for private or secret records. Their runes are in this book represented by English runes, which are known now to few people. If the runes on Thorir's map are compared to the transcriptions in modern English on page 23 and 66, the alphabet adapted to modern English can be discovered, and the above runic title also read on the map. All the normal runes are found except for Thursaz for X and I and U are used, and J and V, and there's no Q. Okay, so this is just going over those things. But this is the map that he's referring to. This is the Thorir's map that is given to Thorin by Gandalf in order to get into the secret side of the Lonely Mountain. The books are way better. I do have to agree. Like there are certain things in the films that I very much enjoy, but you really cannot beat the ambiance of the books. The books just have such a wonderful air and feeling about them. It's hard to replicate that in film. I have to attend to the boy quickly, friends. Give me 2 minutes, and then we will begin story time immediately after I sit back down. I will be right back. Wookie Cookie, hello. Goat, hello. Welcome in, my friend. Yes, we've had breakfast, but what about second breakfast? I haven't even had first breakfast yet. All right, my friends. It is time to begin. So, if you have not already, I bid you fill your tankard and prepare for story time. Friends and companions, settle in. Actually, I need to fill my tankard. Where can I find the Twitch thingy? Okay, so Twitch is... you should be able to find a link over in the beacon. Link in the bio on TikTok, Kitty. But if you cannot, you can just go over to twitch.com and look up Black Dragon Tavern Gaming, which it's not going to be that name for much longer, but Black Dragon Tavern Gaming, and you will find us. Thank you, Destiny. And I really quickly, I want to let everybody know, if you see somebody with a sword or a symbol next to their name, that is a barkeep, and the barkeeps can help you out with anything you need while my head is down. Okay. So, grab your snacks, friends. I've got mine. I've got some crackers here. We love swords around these parts as well. Aaron, stop it. But thank you for gifting a sub to Gunner. I appreciate you. Also, Gunner, hello. Welcome in, my friend. Good to see you, brother. Also, please, my friends, make sure that you respect any instructions from the barkeeps. And let's all keep it respectful and calm. We've never had any problems with people acting up during story time. But this is going to be a long haul. We're going to be together trapped in this tavern for the next 6 to 7 days at least. So we all need to make sure we like each other in that time. Kelsey, good evening. You're just in time. We're just about to begin. We are starting The Hobbit for our Read-A-Thon. So let us begin, my friends. Chapter 1 of J.R.R. Tolkien's The Hobbit. an unexpected party. In a hole in the ground there lived a hobbit. Not a nasty, dirty, wet hole filled with the ends of worms and an oozy smell, nor yet a dry, bare, sandy hole with nothing in it to sit down on or to eat. It was a hobbit hole, and that means comfort. It had a perfectly round door like a porthole painted green, with a shiny yellow brass knob in the exact middle. The door opened onto a tube-shaped hole like a tunnel. A very comfortable tunnel without smoke, with panelled walls and floors tiled and carpeted, provided with polished chairs and lots of pegs for hats and coats. The hobbit was fond of visitors. The tunnel wound on, going fairly but not quite straight through the side of the hill. The hill, as all the people for many miles round called it, and many little round doors opened out of it. First, on the side... Oh, hang on, I can't believe I've forgotten. I need to make sure I take us to the hill. Can't possibly be reading about the hill without being at the hill. How could I have forgotten? There we are. Now we're properly in the hill. Matty, hello! The hill, as all the people for many miles around called it, and many little round doors opened out of it. First on one side, and then on another. No going upstairs for the hobbit. Bedrooms, bathrooms, cellars, pantries, lots of these. Wardrobes, he had whole rooms devoted to his clothes. Kitchens, dining rooms, all were on the same floor, and indeed on the same passage. The best rooms were all on the left-hand side, going in, for these were the only ones to have windows, deep-set round windows looking over his garden, and meadows beyond, sloping down to the river. This hobbit was a very well-to-do hobbit, and his name was Baggins. The Bagginses had lived in the neighborhood of the hill for time out of mind, and people considered them to be very respectable. Not only because most of them were rich, but also because they never had any adventures or did anything unexpected. You could tell what a Baggins would say on any question without the bother of asking him. This is a story of how a Baggins had an adventure and found himself doing and saying things altogether unexpected. He may have lost the neighbor's respect, but he gained, well, you will see whether he gained anything in the end. The mother of our particular hobbit. What is a hobbit? I suppose hobbits need some description nowadays, since they have become rare and shy of the big people as they call us. They are, or were, a little people about half our height, and smaller than the bearded dwarves. Hobbits had no beards. There is little or no magic about them except the ordinary everyday sort, which helps them disappear quickly and quietly when the large stupid folk like you and me come on blundering along, making a noise like elephants which they can hear a mile off. They are inclined to be fat in the stomach, same. They dress in bright colors, chiefly green and yellow, wear no shoes because their feet grow naturally leather soles, and thick warm brown hair like the stuff on their heads, which is curly. Have long, clever brown fingers, good-natured faces, and a laugh deep and fruity, especially after dinners, which they have twice a day when they can get it. Now, you know enough to go on with. Oh, now you know enough to go on with. As I was saying, the mother of this hobbit, of Bilbo Baggins that is, was the famous Belladonna Took, one of 3 remarkable daughters of the old Took, head of the hobbits who lived across the water, the small river that ran at the foot of the hill. It was often said in other families that long ago one of the Took ancestors must have taken a fairy wife. That was, of course, absurd, but certainly there was still something not entirely hobbit-like about them. And once in a while, members of the Took clan would go and have adventures. They discreetly disappeared, and the family hushed it up. But the fact remained that the Tooks were not as respectable as the Bagginses, though they were undoubtedly richer. Not that Belladonna Took ever had any adventures after she became Mrs. Bungo Baggins. Bungo, that was Bilbo's father, built the most luxurious hobbit hole for her, and partly with her money, that was to be found either under the hill or over the hill or across the water, and there they remained to the end of their days. Still, it is probable that Bilbo, her only son, although he looked and behaved exactly like a second edition of his solid and comfortable father, got something a bit strange in his makeup from the Took side, something that only waited for a chance to come out. The chance never arrived until Bilbo Baggins was grown up, being of about 50 years old or so and living in a beautiful hobbit hole built by his father, which I have just described to you, until he had, in fact, apparently settled down immovably. Something I want to bring up real quick, my friends, is that there are a couple of words that are used in here in a very classic sort of way that I cannot say because the last time we did the Hobbit for Storytime, we almost got banned from Twitch and from TikTok because there are 2 words in here that are very old words used in a particular way that cannot be used in that, even in their proper context. Twitch and TikTok automatically flagged them, so I will be changing those words around. Yeah, because they use a Q word, which just means off or interesting or strange, quite a bit. And then they also use a word that is historically used to describe a bundle of sticks, but today is a well-known slur. So we can't say those words even in their proper context on Twitch, so I'll be changing them around just to be sure. Cassandra, hello! It's been a long time. Good to see you. Welcome in. New account used to be Feral Witch. Very, very good. It's good to see you. Welcome back in. Alright. I want to make sure I haven't missed anything important. Something like that, Bear. Something like that.
So you did hit 20 people in Twitch if you want to do the first giveaway.
Well, then I think that this would be a fine place to do it. So what do we want the first giveaway to be then, my darling?
Is the ebook or the
Let's do the physical book first. So the first thing we're going to give away today is going to be a copy of Mine and the Lady's book. It's not necessarily a book. It's a little handbook that talks about how my family celebrates the festivals of the year. It's got little bits of normal lore, the things that you can generally find academically about the different festivals of the year, as well as some recipes in the back and some games that we play during these festivals. These are available on on Amazon as well as on the Tavern Shop. But we're going to give you guys a physical copy right now. And then a little bit later, we're going to be giving away an e-copy as well. Are we giving these, is this only for US or is this international?
we can send it to you from Amazon and it's international.
Okay, so if you have Amazon shipping available we'll ship it to you from Amazon. If you're in the US, we'll ship it to you from us, and we usually include some extra goodies when we ship stuff from us. So, there's that, my friends. You have to be over on Twitch for the giveaway. And that also extends us out for another hour, so we'll have 3 hours of story time tonight. The next goal is we have to sit at 30 viewers for more than 15 minutes. That'll get you guys another hour of story time. So the lady has the giveaway running. Go ahead and hop in there and do it. I will download Discord. I have all new socials. Well, Cassandra, I'm glad that you made it back in. Yeah, Destiny.
Tell them to make sure to put in the exclamation point raffle to join.
Oh, so you guys have to do exclamation point raffle and then join?
That's how it joins.
Okay, so exclamation point raffle gets you into the raffle. So there you go. How do give a so yeah, it'll select somebody at random. So we're gonna do exclamation point raffle is how you join in. If I win, we'll respin it.
Yeah. No, Alex Crazy got a
Excellent. All right. Yeah, it has been a long time, Cassandra. I'd be lying if I said I hadn't wondered where you'd been. Yeah, if it picks me, we'll do another spin of the raffle. So, Lovey, should I keep reading while the raffle is going on, or okay? Okay. Well, then we're gonna get back into stories then. All right, everybody, make sure you get your raffle ticket in. It's a long story, but okay. Well, there's nothing quite like long stories in the tavern, is there? I don't have tavern stuff. We're going to be giving away all kinds of tavern stuff. We're going to be giving away all sorts of goodies this week, so I'm going to make sure that you at least have somebody to sit in your seat during story time. Yeah, and like Quirt and Bear and quite a few others, Destiny and Ashley, all are big advocates of the festival's book. I wish it were a pleasant one, though. Well, we always do kind of hope that our stories will be pleasant, but it's the hard ones, the unpleasant ones, that tend to shape us and get us where we're trying to go, right? And clearly you've come out of it the other side stronger, so even a bad story is a good story if it's got a good ending, right? I need to do another edition, because reading through it I realized I repeated myself a couple of times in here. So I think we're going to release another edition of it soon. That if you already own it, you won't need to buy it, but... So if you win, Goblin, we will get your information, and then the lady and I will ship it out to you afterwards. The lady is going to take note of everybody who wins. We'll reach out to you after the raffle is done, or after the story time today is done, and at the end of the Read-A-Thon, we'll be shipping everything out. Huh? Yeah, we whispered on Twitch so that we can make sure you're the right person who won, and that way, you know, there's no mix-ups this time. First time in, found this from Facebook. Well, say Louis. And Fab Kitty, thank you for the follow over on Twitch. I forgot to say thank you for that. Well, welcome in. I'm glad that you could join us. We're in the midst of a raffle, so if you want to get in, exclamation point raffle. My mouth is not working. I'm going to go back to reading, friends. Join the raffle. We've only got about 10 minutes left. And you are joining the raffle for a copy of Mine and the Ladies' Norse Gaelic Festivals book that goes over how our family celebrates the festivals of the year. All right. Back into The Hobbit. Alpin, hello, welcome. All right. By some curious chance, one morning, long ago, in the quiet of the world, when there was less noise and more green, and the hobbits were still numerous and prosperous, and Bilbo Baggins was standing at his door after breakfast, smoking an enormous long wooden pipe that reached nearly down to his woolly toes. Neatly brushed, of course. Gandalf came by. Gandalf! If you had heard only a quarter of what I have heard about him, and I have heard only very little of all there is to hear, you would be prepared for any sort of remarkable tale. Tales and adventures sprouted up all over the place wherever he went, in the most extraordinary fashion. He had not only been down that way under the hill, he had not been down that way under the hill for ages and ages, not since his old friend, the old Took, died. In fact, and the hobbits had almost forgotten what he looked like. He had been away over the hill and across the water on business of his own since they were all small hobbit boys and hobbit girls. All that the unsuspecting Bilbo saw that morning was an old man with a staff. He had a pointed, tall blue hat, a long grey cloak, a silver scarf over which his long white beard hung down below his waist, and immense black boots. "Good morning." "Oh, good morning," said Bilbo, and he meant it. The sun was shining and the grass was very green, but Gandalf looked at him from under his long bushy eyebrows that stuck out further than the brim of his shady hat. "What do you mean?" he said. "Do you mean to wish me a good morning? Or do you mean that it is a good morning, whether I want it or not? Or that you feel good this morning? Or that it is a morning to be good on?"
"All of them at once," said Bilbo, "and a very fine morning for a pipe of tobacco outdoors. Into the bargain, if you have a pipe about you, sit down and have a fill of mine. There's no hurry. We have all the day before us."
Then Bilbo sat down on a seat by his door, crossed his legs, and blew out a very beautiful grey ring of smoke that sailed up into the air without breaking and floated away over the hill. "Very pretty," said Gandalf, "but I have no time to blow smoke rings this morning. I am looking for someone to share an adventure that I am arranging, and it's very difficult to find anyone."
I should think so. In these parts, we are a plain quiet folk and have no use for adventures. Nasty, disturbing, uncomfortable things. Make you late for dinner. I can't think what anyone sees in them,"
said our Mr. Baggins, and he stuck one thumb behind his braces and blew out another even bigger smoke ring. Then he took out his morning letters and began to read, pretending to take no more notice of the old man. He had decided that he was not quite his sort and wanted him to go away, but the old man did not move. He stood leaning on his stick and gazing at the hobbit without saying anything, till Bilbo got quite uncomfortable and even a little cross.
"Good morning," he said at last. "We don't want any adventures, thank you. You might try over the hill or across the water."
By this he meant that the conversation was at an end. "What a lot of things you use good morning for," said Gandalf. "Now you mean that you want to be rid of me, and that it won't be good until I move off."
"No, not at all, my dear sir. Let me see. I don't think I know your name."
Yes, my dear sir, and I do know your name, Mr. Bilbo Baggins. And you do know my name, though you don't remember it. Though you don't remember that I belong to it, I am Gandalf, and Gandalf means me. To think that I should have lived to be good morninged by Belladonna Took's son, as if I was selling buttons at the door.
Gandalf! Gracious me, good gracious! Not the wandering wizard that gave old Took a pair of magic diamond studs that fastened themselves and never came undone until ordered? Not the fellow who used to tell such wonderful tales at parties about dragons and goblins and giants, and the rescue of princesses and the unexpected luck of widows' sons? Not the man who used to make such particularly excellent fireworks? I remember those. Old Took used to have them during the Midsummer's Eve. Splendid! They used to go up like lilies and snapdragons and laburnums of fire and hang in the twilight all the evening. You will notice that already that Mr. Baggins is not quite so prosy as he liked to believe, and also very fond of flowers. Dear me, he went on, not the Gandalf who's responsible for so many quiet lads and lasses going off into the blue for mad adventures. Anything from climbing trees to visiting elves or sailing ships, sailing to other shores. Bless me, life used to be quite you used to upset things badly at these parts once upon a time. I beg your pardon, but I had no idea you were still in business.
Where else would I be? Said the wizard. All the time I am pleased to find you remember something about me. You seem to remember my fireworks quite fondly, at any rate, and that is not without hope. Indeed, for your old grandfather Took's sake, and for the sake of your poor Belladonna, I will give you what you asked for.
I beg your pardon? I haven't asked for anything.
Yes, you have. Twice now. My pardon, I give it to you. In fact, I will go so far as to send you on this adventure. Very amusing for me, very good for you, and profitable too. Very likely, if you get over it.
Sorry, I don't want any adventures, thank you. Not today, good morning. But please come to tea any time you like. Why not tomorrow? Come tomorrow. Goodbye.
And with that the hobbit turned and scuttled inside his green round door, and shut it as quickly as he dared to not seem rude. Wizards, after all, are wizards.
What on earth did I ask him over for tea for?
He said to himself as he went into the pantry. He had only just had breakfast, but he thought a cake or two and a drink of something would do him good after his fright. Gandalf, in the meantime, was still standing outside the door, and laughing long but quietly. After a while he stepped up, and with the spike on his staff, scratched a strange sign into the Hobbit's door. Hobbit's beautiful green door, and then strode away just about the time when Bilbo finished his second cake, and was beginning to think he'd escaped adventures very well. Okay, so I just want to take a quick second and show you guys the illustration of the door. I don't know, of course TikTok's not going to be able to see it. There we go. There we go. Alright, gotta have my face in there. So on the door, in this illustration, is the Norse rune Fehu, which means prosperity. And supposedly that is the thief's mark for thieves for hire in Middle-earth. So I think that that's very interesting. Hannah, hello, good to see you, welcome in. But, okay, so how much time is left on the raffle, Lovey? 25 seconds, alright. So then we're about to get into the unexpected party, which goes on for some time. So I'll wait until the raffle is done before we finish up.
They found a young lady today who sang the song Tolkien's Way. It was very nice.
Herring, hello, welcome in, good to see you. Oh, you know what, I think I know what you're talking about. I think she popped up for me as well. Amber Wolf, hello, hello. Hey, Martin has won. Congratulations, Martin. We will be sending you a copy of the Norse Gaelic Festival's book. Thank you kindly, my friend, for entering. We'll be having another raffle here in probably about 45 minutes, friends. I'm glad I stayed. This reading is lovely. I'm glad you stayed as well, Alex. I'm glad you stayed as well. Wesley, hello. I got here just in time to read more. Yes, you did. Welcome, Wesley. Dr. Susan, thank you kindly for the heart me. Sean, I don't know if I thanked you for that rose, but thank you for tipping the tavern keeper. I appreciate you. Jaeger, did Jaeger drop in? I didn't even see Jaeger drop in. Where's he at?
He came in right at the end, so he could join the crowd.
Ah, there he is. All right. Well, it's good to see you. Fox Seagull, hello, welcome in. Yes. Well, why don't you, in 30 minutes, we'll do the ebook giveaway, and then we will, just before the end, we'll be giving away the travel mug and the little leaf brooch. So, Martin, make sure that you message either myself or the lady in whispers here on Twitch. Well, we know who Martin is, so that's not as big of an issue. I actually know Martin. So, but just okay, wonderful. The lady's already got it. She's always 2 steps ahead of me. Indeed it is, and I have long strides, so it's quite impressive when she can stay 2 steps ahead of me. Alright, let us continue. I love the emotion you put into your voice as you read, as well as the personalities in the dialogue. I do my best. I've been doing this for a very long time, and I am proud of the art of reading. I don't think many people give as much notion and love to the actual art of reading as it is due, but he probably doesn't have his account verified with a phone number.
Well, Discord is also okay.
Yeah, so I'll either message you on Facebook or Discord, Martin, and we'll get it sorted. You should do audiobooks, you're fantastic. So the lady and I are currently working on a couple of different audiobooks, and when our books are finished, we'll do audiobooks for them as well. We would love to take on other audiobooks for other authors, but we have so much that we're doing and so many projects that we're working on that it's difficult to take on any extra work. But if there was ever an author who really wanted us to, I would consider taking it on if you guys were fans of the book, to be sure. And thank you to Martin and to everyone else who bought the Tavern Keeper a drink. I appreciate you for that. Well, thank you, Stephanie. I appreciate you for that. I don't know if I'm exceptional at it, but I am proud that people seem to enjoy it. The lady is a very lovely and sweet lady, and that is an undeniable truth, Teresa. All right, let's continue. The next day, he'd almost forgotten about Gandalf. He did not remember things very well unless he put them in his engagement tablet. Like this. Gandalf, tea, Wednesday. Yesterday, he had been too flustered to do anything of the kind. Just before tea time, there came a tremendous ring on the front doorbell, and then he remembered, and he rushed to put on the kettle, put out another cup and saucer and an extra cake or two, and then ran to the door. "I'm sorry to keep you waiting," he was going to say, when he saw that it was not Gandalf at all. It was a dwarf, with a blue beard tucked into a golden belt, very bright eyes under his green hood. As the door was open, he pushed inside, and just as if he had been expected. Stop that. So, just as a quick note, guys, because last year last year, or the last time we read through The Hobbit, I messed up my throat pretty bad. By Berkey, hello! Welcome in. Can't wait to hear you sing. Well, thank you, my friend. I appreciate you. I need to bring gifts of game to Mom soon. Oh, that's true. That is true. So this year, what I'm going to do is that I'm staying hydrated, but I want to. All of the dwarves except for Thorin will have the same voice. So that way it'll be easier for me to remember because there are a lot of them. And Chrono, we're going to put a honey tea redeem tomorrow. Honey lemon tea. We're going to put it on for tomorrow. We forgot to do it for today, but we're going to do it for tomorrow. But all of the dwarves except for Thorin are all going to have the same voice, so you'll have to forgive me on that one. It's...
You can use the water redeem and I'll get you some tea when you're ready for it.
Well, thank you, my darling. I appreciate you. He hung his hooded cloak on the nearest peg and said, "Dwalin, at your service." And he said with a low bow, "Bilbo Baggins, at yours," said the hobbit, too surprised to ask any questions for the moment. And when the silence had followed had become uncomfortable, he added, I'm just about to take tea. Pray, come and have some with me." A little stiff, perhaps, but he meant it kindly, and... What would you do if an uninvited dwarf came and hung his things up in your hall without a word of explanation? They had not been at the table long. In fact, they had hardly reached the third cake when there came another and even louder ring at the bell. "Excuse me," said Bilbo, or said the hobbit, and off he went to the door. "So you got here at last?" That was what he was going to say to Gandalf this time. But it was not Gandalf. Instead, there was a very old-looking dwarf on the step with a white beard and a scarlet hood, and he too hopped inside as soon as the door was open, just as if he had been invited. "I see they've already begun to arrive," he said and caught sight of Dwalin's green hood hanging up and hung his red one next to it. "Balin, at your service," he said with his hand on his breast. "Thank you," said Bilbo with a gasp. It was not the correct thing to say, but "they've begun to arrive" had flustered him badly. He liked visitors, but he liked to know them before they arrived, and he preferred to ask them himself. He had a horrible thought that the cakes might run short, and then he, as the host, he knew his duty and stuck to it, however painful he might have to go without. "Come along and have some tea," he managed to say after taking a deep breath. "A little beer would suit me better." "If it's all the same to you, my good sir," said Balin with his white beard. "But I don't mind some seed cake, if you have any." "Lots," Bilbo found himself answering, to his own surprise, and he found himself scuttling off to the cellar to fill a pint beer mug, and then to the pantry to fetch 2 beautiful round seed cakes, which he had baked that afternoon, for his own after-supper morsel. When he got back, Balin and Dwalin were talking at the table like old friends. As a matter of fact, they were brothers. Bilbo plumped down the beer and cake in front of him, when a loud ring at the bell came again, and then another ring. Oh, oops, it looks like we have to do ads again already over on Twitch. Alright, friends, if you are not subscribed or have Turbo over on Twitch, we gotta run ads real quick. And they will last for 3 minutes, but then we get an hour without them. So I appreciate you all for bearing with us. We will be done shortly. Crystal, hello, welcome in. Yes, it is the Read-A-Thon. John, absolutely. Well, thank you kindly, my friend. I appreciate you. Yeah, 3 minutes of waffles. Logan, thank you kindly for the hard name that got popular over on TikTok. Tips to the Tavern Keeper, always appreciated. Let's see. I got all of those redeems. Okay, excellent. Nope, don't need that. choose ads. Or, I mean, we have to deal with both, Wesley, so it's not really a choice at this point. Oh. Yes, it's wonderful to have Shadow back. Shadow Dancer over on Twitch is a long time and well-loved and respected member of the tavern patrons and community, and he is a military man. He's been out on deployment for the last year or more. It feels like it's been longer, but it might have just been a year, but he's been gone for quite a bit. And just a few weeks ago, or almost a month ago at this point, he just got back home, back stateside, and it is wonderful to have him back. He was missed dearly and deeply, and it's wonderful to be able to have him in for stories and such now. I try to remember and I don't really care for the word fan, because fan implies that we're famous of some kind. I just got you guys are the patrons of the tavern. I try to remember all the patrons who come into the tavern and enjoy themselves here. A time for returns, I see. That's true, because Cassandra's been around for quite a while too. So Crystal says, welcome back and thank you for your service, sir. My uncle just retired. He spent 35 years as a SEAL. To survive 35 years as a Navy SEAL that's impressive. One day, Johnny will poke rap. I did it off stream for you a couple of weeks ago, Wesley. But you didn't show up to my house to tell me whether or not I did any good. I have to start up a new Twitch too. It's always annoying when you have to... Re-signing into things, as terrible as it is. But having to restart a bunch of accounts is a royal pain. I'll be in and out for a moment, gotta get the kids to bed. That's quite alright, send them off. I didn't see it didn't happen. I promise you it did. I said lying. It's alright, Destiny, go get the boys to bed. Tuck them in, give them little kisses. Well, fan is just short for fanatic, and there are a few of those in here. That's true. Nico, hello, good to see you. Everyone is quite well. All happy to be here for the Read-A-Thon, I am sure. Lots of old faces and new popping in for the Read-A-Thon. I'm happy about that. Also, just a quick reminder, everybody, we are reading every day this week. But Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday will only be on the Twitch portal. Remember that. But yeah, just as to what Alex was saying, you guys are all patrons to me, and I try to remember everyone. Everyone who comes into the comments regularly, everyone who drops in for the story times. I try to remember all of you because you're all spending your time here with us. So I like to remember everyone who comes in and spends their time with us because we appreciate it. Your time is very precious, right? You only have so much of it. You've only got so much time in a day, a week, a month, a year, a life. And the fact that you guys come in here and spend time with us for stories means the world to me. It is a finite resource, and when you spend it here, it is deeply appreciated. All right, ads are done. Let's get back into reading, my friends. Gandalf was certain this time, he thought, as he puffed along the passage, but it was not. It was two more dwarves, both with blue hoods and silver belts and yellow beards, and each of them carried a bag of tools and a spade. In they hopped as soon as the door began to open. Bilbo was hardly surprised at all. "What can I do for you, my dwarves?" he said. "Keely, at your service," said the one. "And Feely," added the other, and they both swept off their blue hoods and bowed. "At yours and your families," replied Bilbo, remembering his manners this time. "Balin and Dwalin are already here, I see," said Keely. "Let us join the throng." "Throng?" thought Bilbo.
I don't like the sound of that. I really must sit down for a minute, collect my wits, and have a drink.
He had only just had a sip in the corner while the four dwarves sat around the table and talked about mines and gold and troubles with goblins and the trepidation of dragons and lots of other things which he did not understand and did not want to, for they sounded much too adventurous when ding dong a ling a dang his bell rang again. This time as if some naughty little hobbit boy was trying to pull off the handle.
Someone at the door,
he said, blinking.
Some four, I should say. By the sound, said Feely. Besides, we saw them coming around behind us in the distance.
The poor little hobbit sat down in the hole and put his head in his hands and wondered what had happened and what was going to happen and whether they would stay for supper. Then the bell rang again louder than ever, and he had to run to the door. It was not 4 after all, it was 5. Another dwarf had come along while he was wandering the hall. He had hardly turned the knob before they were all inside, bowing and saying, "At your service," one after another. Dory, Noddy, Oddy, Oin and Gloin were their names, and very soon 2 purple hoods, a grey hood, a brown hood, and a white hood were hanging on the pegs, and off they marched with their broad hands stuck into their gold and silver belts to join the others. Already it had almost become a throng. Some called for ale, and some for porter, and one for coffee, and all of them for cakes. So the hobbit was kept very busy for a while. A big jug of coffee had just been set in the hearth, the seed cakes were gone, and the dwarves were starting on a round of buttered scones, when there came a loud knock. Not a ring, but a hard rat-tat on the hobbit's beautiful green door. Somebody was banging with a stick. Bilbo rushed along the passageway, very angry, and altogether bewildered and bewildered. This is one of my favorite lines in the whole book. I could not tell you why, but it's just bewildered you don't ever hear in use today. So the fact that you have bewildered and bewildered in the same sentence, it always makes me giggle. And altogether bewildered and bewildered, this was the most awkward Wednesday he ever remembered. He pulled open the door with a jerk, and they all fell in one on top of the other. More dwarves, 4 more, and there was Gandalf behind them, leaning on his staff and laughing. He had made quite the dent in the beautiful door. He had also, by the way, knocked out the secret mark that he had put there the morning before. "Carefully, carefully," he said. "It's not like you, Bilbo, to keep your friends waiting on the mat, and then to open the door like a popgun. Let me introduce Beaver, Bofer, Bomber, and especially Thorin." "At your service," said Beaver, Bofer, and Bomber, standing in a row. Then they hung up 2 yellow hoods and a pale green one, and also a sky blue one with a long silver tassel. This last belonged to Thorin, an enormously important dwarf. In fact, no other than the great Thorin Oakenshield himself, who was not at all pleased to be falling flat on Bilbo's mat with Bofer, Biffer, and Bomber on top of him. For one thing, Bomber was immensely fat and heavy. Thorin, indeed, was very haughty, and said nothing about service, but poor Mr. Baggins said he was sorry so many times that at last he grunted, "Pray don't mention it." And he stopped frowning. "Now, we are all here," said Gandalf, looking at the row of 13 hoods, the best detachable party hoods, and his own hat hanging on the pegs. "Quite a merry gathering. I should hope there's enough left for the latecomers to eat and drink. What's that? Tea? No, thank you. A little red wine for me, I think." "And for me," said Thorin. "And the raspberry jam and apple tart," said Biffer. "And mince pies and cheese," said Bofer. "And pork pie and salad," said Bomber. And more cakes, and ale, and coffee, if you don't mind, called all the other dwarves from through the door. Put on a few eggs, and there's a good fellow, Gandalf called after him, as the hobbit stumped off to the pantry. And you could bring out the cold chicken and pickles. Seems to know as much about the inside of my larders as I do myself, said Mr. Baggins, who was feeling positively flummoxed, and was beginning to wonder whether a most wretched adventure had not come right into his house. By the time he'd got all the bottles and dishes and knives and forks and glasses and plates and spoons and things piled up on big trays, he was getting very hot and red in the face and annoyed. Confiscate and bother these dwarves, he said aloud. Why don't they come and lend a hand? Lo and behold, there stood Balin and Dwalin at the door of the kitchen, and Feely and Keely behind them, and before he could say knife, they had whisked the trays away and a couple of small tables into the parlour and set out everything afresh. Gandalf sat at the head of the party with 13 dwarves all round, and Bilbo sat on a stool at the fireside, nibbling at a biscuit. His appetite was quite taken away. And shh. Google's constantly listening to me. Da-da-da-da-da. Castle was basically singing cutlery and dishes. Often heard jokes about being part hobbit growing up due to my constant need to eat. The lady has a little bit of hobbit in her, but it only strikes some days. Some days she wants all of the tea and cake and coffee, and other days she's a little bit more like Bilbo is right now while he's all flummoxed. And trying to look as if this was all perfectly ordinary and not in the least an adventure. The dwarves ate and talked, and time got on. At last they pushed their chairs back, and Bilbo made a move to collect the plates and glasses. I suppose you'll stay for supper, he said in his politest, unpressing tone. Of course, said Thorin. And after? We shan't get through business till late. And we must have some sort of music first. Now, clear up. Thereupon the 12 dwarves, not Thorin, he was too important, and stayed talking to Gandalf, jumped to their feet and made tall piles of all the things. Off they went, not waiting for trays, balancing columns of plates, each with a bottle on top, and one hand while the hobbit ran after them, almost squeaking with fright. Please, be careful, and please don't trouble, I can manage. But the dwarves only started to sing. Chip the glasses, crack the plates, blunt the knives and bend the forks. That's what Bilbo Baggins hates. Smash the bottles and burn the corks. Cut the cloth and tread on the fat. Pour the milk on the pantry floor. Leave the bones on the bedroom mat. Splash some wine on every door. Dump the crocks in the boiling bowl, pound them up with a thumping pole, and when you finish defend your hole, send them down the hole to roll. That's what Bilbo Baggins hates, so carefully with the plates. And of course they did none of these dreadful things, and everything was cleaned and put safely away as quick as lightning, while the hobbit was turning round and round in the middle of the kitchen, trying to see what they were doing. Then they went back and found Thorin with his feet on the fender smoking a pipe. He was blowing the most enormous smoke rings, and wherever he told one to go it went, up the chimney or behind the clock on the mantelpiece, or under the table, or round and round the ceiling. But wherever it went, it was not quick enough to escape Gandalf. Pop! He sent a smaller smoke ring from his short clay pipe straight through each one of Thorin's, and then Gandalf's smoke ring would go green and come back to hover over the wizard's head. He had a cloud of them about him already, and in the dim light it made him look strange and sorcerous. Bilbo stood still and watched. He loved smoke rings, and then he blushed to think how proud he'd been yesterday morning of the smoke rings he'd sent up on the wind over the hill. "Now for the music of some," said Thorin. "Bring out the instruments." Keely and Feely rushed for their bags and brought back little fiddles. Dori, Nori, and Ori brought out flutes from somewhere inside their coats. Bomber produced a drum from the hold. Beaver and Bofer went out too and came back with clarinets that they had left among the walking sticks. Dwalin and Balin said, "Excuse me, I left mine on the porch. Just bring mine in too with you." And said Thorin, "Oh, just bring mine in with you," said Thorin. They came back with violas as big as themselves and Thorin's harp, wrapped in a green cloth. It was a beautiful golden harp, and when Thorin struck the music began all at once, so sudden and sweet that Bilbo forgot everything else, and was swept away into the dark lands under the strange moons, far over the water and very far from his hobbit hole under the hill. The dark came into the room from the little window that opened in the side of the hill. The firelight flickered. It was April, and still they played on, while the shadow of Gandalf's beard wagged against the wall. Okay, so this is another one of my favorite lines. Darth Nexus and Hippie, hello, welcome in, my friends, good to see you. Thank you kindly for the "You're awesome," the heart me and the Go Popular. Tips to the Tavern Keeper are always appreciated. Thank you kindly, my friends. So, I want cold chicken and pickles now. Tyson, hello, my friends. Just as a reminder, friends, if we want to add another hour, with that next goal will be 30 plus people on Twitch for 15 minutes or more. And the lady is keeping track, so if you guys get there, she will make sure to mark it. This is another one of my favorite lines from The Hobbit. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I love this description because Tolkien was not much of a writer when he started writing these books. He spent a lot of time working on these books after, because obviously he did a lot of academic writing, he did a lot of language, but he hadn't really written fiction outside of the world that he'd been building for Middle-earth. And this line is one of my favorite. It's brilliant. I love this. The dark came into the room from the little window that opened in the side of the hill. The firelight flickered. It was April. And still they played on while the shadow of Gandalf's beard wagged against the wall. The dark filled all the room, and the fire died down, and the shadows were lost, and still they played on. And suddenly, first one, then another, began to sing as they played, deep-throated singing of the dwarves in the deep places of their ancient homes. And this is like a fragment of their soul, if it can be like their soul without their music. It is such a beautiful descriptor of what is going on in the scene. You just really don't get prose like Tolkien anymore. It's absolutely a lovely way of describing it getting dark and music playing. In a little less than 10 minutes, the raffle for the ebook version of the festival's book will start. And again, you have to be over on Twitch to join in the raffles for the giveaways. And the ebook is international, so you can get that anywhere because we're just going to send you a digital download for the book. Okay, friends. Probably shouldn't have eaten just before I had to sing. Hang on. Far over the misty mountains cold, to dungeons deep and caverns old, we must away ere break of day, to seek the pale enchanted gold. The dwarves of yore made mighty spells, while hammers fell like ringing bells in places deep where dark things sleep, in hollow halls beneath the fells. For ancient king and elvish lord, there many a gleaming golden horn they shaped and wrought, and light they caught to hide in gems on hilt of sword, on silver necklaces they strung the flowering stars, on crowns they hung the dragon's fire in twisted wire. They meshed the light of moon and sun. Far over the misty mountains cold, to dungeons deep and caverns old, we must away ere break of day, to claim a long forgotten gold. Goblets they carved there for themselves, and harps of gold where no man delves. There lay they long, and many a song was sung unheard by men or elves. The pines were roaring on the height, the winds were moaning in the night, the fire was red, it flaming spread, the trees like torches blazed with light. The bells were ringing in the dale, and men looked up with faces pale. The dragon's eye, more fierce than fire, laid low their towers and houses frail. The mountain smoked beneath the moon. The dwarves they heard the tramp of doom. They fled their home to dying fall. Beneath his feet, beneath the moon, far over the misty mountains grim, to dungeons deep and caverns dim, we must away ere break of day, to win our harps and gold from him. As they sang, the hobbit felt the love of beautiful things made by hands, and by cunning and by magic, moving through him, a fierce and jealous love, the desire of the heart of dwarves. Then something tookish woke up inside him, and he wished to go and see the great mountains, to hear the pine trees and the waterfalls, and explore the caves and wear a sword instead of a walking stick. He looked out of the window. Stars were out in the dark sky above the trees. He thought of the jewels of the dwarves shining in the dark caverns. Suddenly, in the wood beyond the water, a flame leapt up. Probably somebody lighting a firewood. And he thought of plundering dragons settling on his quiet hill, and kindling it all to flames. He shuddered, and very quickly he was playing Mr. Baggins of Bag End, Underhill again. He got up trembling. He had less than half a mind to fetch the lamp, and more than half a mind to pretend to, and to go hide behind the beer barrels in the cellar, and not come out again until the dwarves had gone away. Suddenly he found that the music and the singing had stopped, and they were all looking at him with eyes shining in the dark. "Where are you going, man?" said Thorin, in a tone that seemed to show that he had guessed both halves of the hobbit's mind. "What about a little light?" said Bilbo apologetically. "I like the dark," said all the dwarves. "Dark for dark business. And there's many hours before dawn." Of course," said Bilbo, and he sat down in a hurry. He missed a stool and sat in the fender, knocking over the poker and shovel with a crash. "Hush!" said Gandalf. "Let Thorin speak." And this is how Thorin began. "Gandalf, dwarves, and Mr. Baggins, we are met together in the house of our friend and fellow conspirator, this most excellent and audacious hobbit. May the hairs on his toes never fall out. All praise to his wine and ale." He paused for breath and for a polite remark from the hobbit, but the compliments were quite lost on poor Bilbo Baggins, who was wagging his mouth in protest at being called audacious, and worst of all, fellow conspirator. Though no noise came out, he was so flummoxed, so Thorin went on. "We're met this to discuss our plans, our ways, means, policy and devices. We shall soon, before the break of day, start on our long journey. A journey from which some of us, perhaps all of us, except for a friend and counsellor, the ingenious wizard Gandalf, may never return. It is a solemn moment. Our object is, I take it, well known to us all. To the estimable Mr. Baggins, and perhaps to one or two of our younger dwarfs. I think I should be right in naming Feely and Keely, for instance. The exact situation at the moment may require a little brief explanation. This was Thorin's style. He was an important dwarf. If he had been allowed, he would have probably gone on like this until he was out of breath, without telling anyone there anything that was not known already. But he was rudely interrupted. Poor Bilbo couldn't bear it any more. At May Never Return, he began to feel a shriek coming up inside, and very soon it burst out like the whistle of an engine coming out of a tunnel. All the dwarves sprang up, knocking over the table. Gandalf struck a blue light on the end of his magic staff, and in it, its firework glare, the poor little hobbit could be seen kneeling on the hearthrug, shaking like a jelly that was melting. And then he fell flat on the floor, and kept on calling out, Struck by lightning! Struck by lightning! Over and over again. And that was all they could get out of him for a long time. So they took him and laid him out of the way on the drawing-room sofa with a drink at his elbow, and they went back to their dark business. Excitable little fellow, said Gandalf as they sat down again. Gets funny little strange fits, but he is one of the best. One of the best, as fierce as a dragon in a pinch. If you have ever seen a dragon in a pinch, you will realize that this was only poetical exaggeration applied to any hobbit. Even the old Took's great-great-granduncle, Borrorer, who was so huge for a hobbit that he could ride a horse. He charged the ranks of goblins at Mount Graham in the Battle of the Green Fields and knocked off King Glorfimble's head clean off with a wooden club, and it sailed hundreds of yards through the air and went down a rabbit hole. And in this way, the battle was won and the game of golf invented in the same moment. Alright, I just want to make sure that I'm not missing anything. Everyone is getting into the raffle. Okay, wonderful. How much longer do we have in the raffle, Lovey? Or is it done? I don't think she can hear me. She can't hear me. Lovey, how much longer in the raffle? You guys are also quickly approaching 30 folk over on Twitch. 7.5 minutes. You have 7.5 minutes to get in, and no space, mech. Just exclamation point raffle, but no space in McQueen. And thank you kindly for the follow. You've marked this on your map. Should be able to find your way back the next time you seek a story. It is for a ebook copy of our festival's book. That is what you were all raffling for this evening. Alright, we are almost finished with chapter 1, my friend. Well, actually, no, we're not. We have... I always forget how long Tolkien's chapters are. We have another 12 pages to go, so we've got a little bit of a way. There you go, got it. Excellent, Esther. I'm glad you were able to make it in for the Read-A-Thon. It's always lovely to see you. I'm confused. To claim the raffle tickets, how does that work? So the kids are running amok. I'm trying to pay attention. So you just do exclamation point. You just do exclamation point raffle, And that, see, it popped up right there. And it will give you it'll give you a ticket to get in. Yep, just like that. Yes, you do, Esther. This is for the folk, because we have had a lot of new folk join us. So a lot of new folk have joined the tavern recently. So we decided to give away a couple new copies to folks who want to celebrate the festivals with us. Because a lot of folk have decided that they like to, so. Alright, where was I? In the meanwhile, however, Bull Rodder's gentler descendant was reviving in the drawing room. After a while and a drink, he crept nervously to the door of the parlour, and this was what he heard, Gloin speaking. Some sort of snort, or more or less like that. Will he do you think? It's all very well for Gandalf to talk about hobbits being fierce, but one shriek like that in the moment of excitement would be enough to wake the dragon and all his relatives, and kill the lot of us. I think it sounded more like a fright than excitement. In fact, if it had not been for the sign on the door, I would have been sure that we'd come to the wrong house. As soon as I clapped eyes on the little fellow bobbing and puffing on the mat, I had my doubts. He looks more like a grocer than a burglar. Then Mr. Baggins turned the handle and went in. The took side had won. He suddenly felt he would go without bed or breakfast to be thought fierce. As for little fellow bobbing on the mat, it almost made him really fierce. Many a time afterwards, the Baggins part regretted what he did now. And he said to himself, Bilbo, you fool! You walked right in and put your foot in it. But pardon me, he said, if I have overheard words that you were saying. I don't pretend to understand what you're talking about, or your reference to burglars, but I think I am right in believing, this is what he called being on his dignity, that you think I am no good. I will show you. I have no signs on my door. It was painted a week ago, and I am quite sure that you have come to the wrong house. As soon as I saw your funny faces on the doorstep, I had my doubts, but treat it as the right one. Tell me what you want done, and I will try it. If I have to walk from here to the east of East and fight the wild wereworms of the last desert, I had a great-great-great-great-granduncle once, Bull Rodder Took. Yes, but that was long ago, said Gloin. I was talking about you, and I assure you that there is a mark on your door, usual one in the trade, or used to be. Burglar wants good job, plenty of excitement, and reasonable reward. That's how it's usually read. And you can say expert treasure hunter instead of burglar if you like. Some of them do. It's all the same to us. Gandalf told us there was a man of sort in these parts looking for a job at once, and that he'd arranged for a meeting here this Wednesday at tea time. Of course there was a mark, said Gandalf. I put it there myself. For very good reasons, you asked me to find a 14th man for your expedition, and I chose Mr. Baggins. Just let anyone say I chose the wrong man or the wrong house, and you can stop at 13 and have all the bad luck you like, or go back to digging coal. He scowled so angry at Gloin that the dwarf huddled back into his chair, and when Bilbo tried to open his mouth to ask a question, he turned and frowned at him and stuck out his bushy eyebrows till Bilbo shut his mouth tight with a snap. That's right, said Gandalf. Let's have no more arguments. I have chosen Mr. Baggins, and that ought to be enough for all of you. If I say he is a burglar he is, or he will be when the time comes. There is a lot more to him than you guess, and a deal more than he has any idea of himself. You may, possibly, all live to thank me yet. Now, Bilbo, my boy, fetch the lamp, and let's have a little light on this. On the table, in the light of a big lamp with a red shade, he spread out a piece of parchment, rather like a map. This was made by Thorir, your grandfather, Thorin, he said in an answer to the dwarf's excited questions. It is a plan of the mountain. I don't see that this will help much, said Thorin disappointedly after a glance. I remember the mountain well enough, and the lands about it, and I know where Markwood is, and where the withered hath, and where the great dragons bred. There's a dragon marked and red on the mountain, said Balin. But it will be easy enough to find him without that, if ever we arrive there. There is one point that you have not noticed, said the wizard, and that is the secret entrance. You see that rune on the west side, and the hand pointing to it? The other runes? That marks a hidden passage to the lower halls. And then, there is a. We already looked at the map. It may have been secret once, said Thorin, but how do we know that it's secret any longer? Old Smaug has lived there long enough now to find out anything that there is to know about those caves. He may, but he can't have used it for years and years. Why? Because it is too small. 5 feet high at the door, and 3 may walk abreast, say the runes. But Smaug could not creep into a hole that size, not even when he was a young dragon. Certainly not after devouring so many of the dwarves in Minute Dale. It seems a great big hole to me, squeaked Bilbo, who had no experience of dragons and only of hobbit holes. He was getting excited and interested again, so that he forgot to keep his mouth shut. He loved maps, and in his hole there hung a great one of the country round, with all his favourite walks marked in red ink. How could such a large door be kept from everybody outside, apart from the dragon? He asked. He was only a little hobbit, you must remember. Lots of ways, said Gandalf. But in what way this one has been hidden we do not know without going to see. From what it says here on the map, I should guess there is a closed door which has been made to look exactly like the side of the mountain. That is usual for the dwarves. Method, I think that is right, isn't it? Quite right, said Thorin. Also, went on Gandalf, I forgot to mention that with the map went a key, a small and curious key. Here it is, he said, and he handed to Thorin a key with a long barrel and intricate wards made of silver. Keep it safe. Indeed I will, said Thorin, and he fastened it upon a fine chain that hung around his neck and under his jacket. Now things begin to look more hopeful. This news alters them much for the better. So far we've had no clear idea what to do. We thought of going east, as quiet and carefully as we could, as far as the Long Lake. After that the trouble would begin. A long time before that, if I know anything about the roads east, interrupted Gandalf. We might go on from there, up along the river running, went on Thorin, taking no notice, and so on to the ruins of Dale, the old town in the valley there, under the shadow of the mountain. And out of it comes the great dragon too, far too often, unless he's changed his habits. That would be no good, said the wizard. Not with the mighty warrior, even a hero. I tried to find one, but warriors are busy fighting one another in distant lands, and in this neighbourhood heroes are scarce, or simply not to be found. Swords in these parts are mostly blunt, and axes used for trees. The shields as cradles or dish covers, and dragons are comfortably far off, and therefore legendary. That is why I settled on burglary, especially when I remember the existence of a side door. And here is our little Bilbo Baggins. Burglar and chosen and selected. Burglar, chosen and selected burglar. So now, let's get on and make some plans. Sure, lovey.
Yeah.
Lude, traveller, love the character accents, love the vibe. Well, welcome in, Lude. Very glad that you could join us. Grab a seat and settle in. We've still got a bit of a ways to go. Did the raffle finish, Lovey? Who was the winner? Teresa! Congratulations, Teresa, on winning the ebook version of our festival's book. I hope that you and your family will enjoy our family's festivals. And if you don't, at the very least, you'll enjoy the recipes, I hope. I have been told that my recipes, well, they're not my recipes, my family's recipes, are quite delicious. I've been feeling so great, so spending a lot of time in bed. Well, Nitso, I'm sorry you're not feeling well. Hopefully you can get a little bit of reprieve listening to some story time. Yo, Castle, hope you're doing good. Been working for a while and still looking. Well, good, brother. I'm glad. I hope that you're taking care of yourself and that you'll feel better soon. We're quick approaching 30 folk over on Twitch. If you guys can keep it above 30 for 15 minutes, that means you get another hour. You guys only have 40 minutes to do it. Alright. Now, hammer! Oh, that's that one gentleman's saying, isn't it? Oh gosh. People were telling me I needed to do something with him. I keep forgetting his name. Tank Tolman, yes, Tank. Random question, Master Castle. Do you plan on attending any Renaissance festivals? Stay in, Hannah, because I'll talk about that at the end of the story time. So we'll talk. I will talk to you guys about that. I'm renovating and making more room. Spectacular. Okay, well. Very well then. Will you stop? Very well then, said Thorin. Suppose the burglar expert gives us some ideas or suggestions. He turned with mock politeness to Bilbo. Well, first, I should like to know a bit more about things, he said, feeling all confused and a bit shaky inside, but so far still tookishly determined to go on with things. I mean about the gold and the dragon and all of that, and how it got there and who it belongs to and so on and further. Bless me, said Thorin. Haven't you got a map? And didn't you hear our song? And haven't we been talking about all of this for hours? All the same, I should like it all plain and clear. And he obstinately putting on his business manner, usually reserved for people who tried to borrow money off of him, and doing his best to appear wise and prudent and professional and live up to Gandalf's recommendation. All I know. Also, I should like to know about the risks, out-of-pocket expenses, time required, remuneration, and so forth. By which he meant, what am I going to be getting out of it, and am I going to be coming back alive? Oh, very well, said Thorin. Long ago, my grandfather Thor's time, our family were driven out of the far north, and came back with all their wealth and their tools to this mountain on the map. I had been discovered by my far ancestor, Thrain the Old, but now they mined and they tunneled, and they made huger holes and greater workshops. And in addition, I believe they found a good deal of gold, and a great many jewels too. Anyway, they grew immensely rich and famous, and my grandfather was king under the mountain again, and treated with great reverence by mortal men who lived in the south, and were gradually spreading up the river running, as far as the valley overshadowed by the mountain. They built in the merry town of Dale. There in those days, kings used to send for our smiths and reward even the least skilled most richly. Fathers would beg us to take their sons as apprentices and pay us handsomely, especially in food supplies, which they never bothered to grow or find ourselves. Altogether, those were good days for us, and the poorest of us had money to spend and to lend, and the leisure to make beautiful things just for the fun of it. Not to speak of the most marvellous and magical toys, of the likes which have not been found in the world nowadays. So my grandfather's hall became full of armour and jewels and carvings and cups, and the toys market in Dale was the wonder of the north. Undoubtedly, that was what brought the dragon. Dragons steal gold and jewels, you know, from men and elves and dwarves, wherever they can find it. And they guard their plunder as long as they live, which is practically forever unless they are killed. And never enjoy a brass ring of it. Indeed, they hardly know a good bit of work from a bad, though they usually have a good notion of current market value, and they can't make a thing for themselves, not even mend those little loose scales in their armour. There were lots of dragons in the north in those days, and gold was probably getting scarce up there, with the dwarves flying south and getting killed, and all the general waste and destruction that dragons make going from bad to worse. There was a most especially greedy and strong and wicked worm called Smaug. One day he flew up into the air and came south. The first we all heard of it was a noise like a hurricane coming from the north, and the pine trees on the mountains creaking and cracking in the wind. Some of the dwarves who happened to be outside, I was lucky to be one, a fine adventurous lad in those days, always wandering about, and it saved my life that day. Well, from a good way off, we saw the dragon settle on a mountain in a spout of flame. And then he came down the slope, and when he reached the wood, they all went up in fire. By that time all the bells were ringing in the dell, and the warriors were arming, and the dwarves rushed out of their great gate, and there was a dragon waiting for him. None escaped that way. The river rushing up in steam and fog fell on the dale, and in the fog the dragon came on them and destroyed most of the warriors. The unusual, unhappy story. It was only too common in those days. And then he went back up and crept through the front gate and routed all in the halls and lanes and tunnels and alleys and cellars, mansions and passageways. After that, there were no doors left inside, and he took all their wealth for himself. Probably, but that is the dragon's way. He has it piled up in a great heap far inside, and sleeps on it for a bed. Later, he used to crawl out of the gate and come by night to Dale and carry people away, especially maidens, to eat, until Dale was ruined and all people dead or gone. What goes on there now I don't know for certain, but I don't suppose anyone lives nearer the mountain than the far edge of the long lake nowadays. The few of us that were well outside sat and wept in hiding and cursed Smaug, and there were unexpectedly joined by my father and grandfather with singed beards. They looked very grim, but they had very little, but they said very little. When I asked how they got away, they told me to hold my tongue. They said one day in proper time I'd know. After that, we went away, and we've had to earn our living as best we could up and down the land, often sinking as low as blacksmith work or even coal mining. But we've never found our stolen treasure, and even now, when I will allow, we have a good bit laid by and are not so badly off. Here Thorin stroked the gold chain around his neck. We still mean to get it back, and to bring our curses home to Smaug, if we can. Hippie, thank you kindly for the friendship necklace. I appreciate you for that. Yes, Teresa, send it to either send it to the lady or send it directly to me through a whisper. You don't want to post your personal information in the chat like that. Okay. I've often wondered about my father, my grandfather's escape. I see now they must have had a private side door which only they knew about. But apparently they made a map, and I should like to know how Gandalf got hold of it, and why it did not come down to me, the rightful heir. I did not get a hold of it, I was given it, said the wizard. Your grandfather, Thorin, was killed, you remember, in the mines of Moria by Azog the Goblin. Curse his name, yes, said Thorin. And Thrain, your father, went away on the 21st of April, 100 years ago, last Thursday, and was never seen by you since. True, said Thorin. Well, your father gave this to me. Your father gave me this to give to you. And if I have chosen my own time and way of handing it over, you can hardly blame me, considering the trouble I had in finding you. Your father could not remember his own name when he gave me this paper, and never told me yours. So, on the whole, I think I ought to be praised and thanked.
I usually use too bad. Do you want too bad? I don't think this is very clear.
Two's fine. Yeah. And here it is, he said, handing them up to Thorin. I don't understand, said Thorin. And Bilbo felt he would have liked to say the same. The explanation did not seem to explain. Your grandfather, said the wizard slowly and grimly, gave them up to his son for safety before he went to the mines of Moria. Your father went away to try his luck with the map after your grandfather was killed, and lots of adventures and a most unpleasant sort he had, but he never got near the mountain. How he got there I don't know, but I found him a prisoner in the dungeons of the necromancer. Whatever was he doing there? What are you doing there? Said Thorin with a shudder, and all the dwarves shivered. Never you mind. I was finding things out as usual, and a nasty, dangerous business it was. Even I, Gandalf, only just escaped. I tried to save your father, but it was too late. He was witless and wandering, and had forgotten almost everything except the map and the key. We've long ago paid the goblins of Moria, said Thorin. We must give a thought to the necromancer. Thank you, my lord. Don't be absurd. He is an enemy far beyond the powers of all the dwarves put together. If they could all be collected again from the four corners of the world, the one thing your father wished was for his son to read them up and use the key. The dragon and the mountain are more than big enough tasks for you. Here, said Bilbo accidentally, and he said it aloud. Here, what? They all said, suddenly turned towards him, and he was so flustered that he answered, Hear what I've got to say. What's that? They asked. Well, I say that you ought to go east and have a look around, and after all there is a side door. The dragons must sleep sometimes. I suppose, if you sit on the doorstep long enough, I dare say you'll think of something. And well, don't you know, I think we have talked all enough for one night, if you see what I mean. What about bed and an early start and all that? I will give you a good breakfast before you go. Before we go, I suppose you mean, said Thorin. Aren't you the burglar? Aren't you? And isn't sitting on doorsteps your job? Not to speak of getting inside the door. But I agree about bread at breakfast. I like 6 eggs with ham. When I'm starting on a journey, fried, not poached. And mind you don't break 'em. After all the others had ordered their breakfast without so much as a please, which annoyed Bilbo very much, they all got up. The hobbit had to find room for them all, and filled up all his spare rooms and made bed and chairs and sofa, before he got them all stowed and went to his own little bed, very tired and aunt. and not altogether happy. One thing he did make up his mind about was not to bother to get up very early and cook everybody else's wretched breakfast. The tookishness was wearing off, and he was not now quite so sure that he was going on any journey in the morning. As he lay there in bed, he could hear Thorin still humming to himself in the best bedroom next to him. Far over the misty mountains cold, to dungeons deep and caverns old, we must away ere break of day to find our long forgotten gold. Bilbo went to sleep with that in his ears, and it gave him very uncomfortable dreams. It was long after break of day when he woke up. And so ends chapter 1 of J.R.R. Tolkien's The Hobbit, my friends. Cassandra, thank you kindly for the heart. I appreciate you for that. Tips to the Tavern Keeper, always appreciated. Quite a thing, my friends. Alright, Twitch friends, we're going to run ads one more time. And then we will do the final giveaway for the evening. Excuse me. Good Lord. We're going to run those ads real quick. We will be right back. I'm going to take a couple sips of tea. Yeah, the for some reason, it's always reversed. I don't know why that is the case. The cameras reverse everything. I can flip them so it doesn't do that, but they're always reversed. Alright, 3 minutes of ad, my friends, and then we will be right back. Lady has made me tea. Ooh, it's very hot. I don't know if I want to drink something that's that hot right now. Already quite warm.
Get cold fast.
Huzzah! Matty is here, just lurking. He doesn't. Yeah, Matty is apparently on the mend from not feeling well. And what a good chapter 1 it is! What a spectacular chapter 1 it is! Bear, thank you kindly for the bits. Tips to the Tavern Keeper, always appreciated. Bear out here dropping an F in the chat. We're just talking about you. I said a personal one to JD, that's okay. A personal one to whom? Martin? Snack time, yes, snack time. Zev, hello, you. Zev says, sup, you beautiful soul. How's it going, Zev? Welcome in. So very glad that you... Oh, me, that is right, I am JD, that's correct. Sorry. Yes, you sent it to my personal Facebook page. That's absolutely fine. That's absolutely fine. Alright, friends, the final giveaway is this traveler's mug with a map of Middle-earth on it that the lady found, and it's very adorable. It's nothing fancy, but it is a cute Lord of the Rings travel mug. And then a little resin elven brooch pin as well. So, if you want to join the giveaway, it's going to start in a few minutes, and it's going to be over on Twitch. When I hear Carson, I do the same thing. It's just nobody alive. Like, I have a few family members who passed away that used to call me JD, but I don't ever think about it.
I know the pit is green, that's why.
Yeah, it disappears because it's green in the middle, so well, that doesn't disappear on TikTok. TikTok can see it fine. But yeah, all of the giveaways will be shipped out at the end of the Read-A-Thon. So we'll let everybody know when they get their stuff is being shipped out to them. But if you want to join any of the giveaways this week, because we're doing 2 to 4 giveaways every single day, you want to be over on Twitch because that's the only place that we are doing the giveaways is over on the Twitch portal. Looks like a looks like a what? Oh, I suppose yeah, it does. I would have said sword, but I guess it's all the same. Yeah. I also have to send you an outline soon, Castle. I just need a quick where it needs tweaks and fixes. You got it, Matty. You got it. Yeah, go ahead and fire it up. I mean, we may end up reading another chapter because if they can keep it over, you guys have like basically exactly 15 minutes. If we can keep 30 people for the next 15 minutes, then you guys get another hour out of me. Olivia said, "What's Castle's name?" And yes, Castle.
Oh, this is for US only, by the way.
Yeah, sorry guys, this one is for the US only because we can't ship it outside of the US. So if you're outside of the US, the physical stuff we can't ship it. Well, we can, but it's like $40 to ship. So sorry, Milu and
Like, I can
Milu.
try to ship to where they are, but I can't guarantee it. I find it. That's all.
One word bug. I mean, again, if you guys can enter and we can try and find something, but for this specific one that we have here, US only.
We can count bears as errands, maybe.
Bears as errands, yeah.
He wins a little bit of air.
Jared, hello, welcome in, my friend. Welcome back. So very good to see you. I mean, you guys have already done some impressive work today with. I can't pay that shipping. I mean, shipping to Canada. Well, no, shipping to Canada actually is kind of pricey, but.
Yeah, it's still pricey. It's ridiculous.
But like most of our out of the country patrons are Australian. So, and Australia has the highest shipping rates of anywhere in the world. I can send things to South Africa cheaper than I can send them to Australia, which is crazy. Bear says, "I'm not going to charge you $40 to send you a $20 cup, Bear." Like, this is like $15, $20 worth of fee. I'm not going to charge you $40 to send you something that's it's like $20.
Find the way you get it sent directly to him.
Yeah. Just got back this weekend from hanging out with the friends for the weekend. Wonderful, Jared. Wonderful. Well, we are in the midst of the Read-A-Thon. We just finished chapter 1 of The Hobbit. We're reading for this lovely illustration. Oh, I wanted to show you guys this illustration because it's one of my favorites in the book. So, well, actually, we'll look at this one first. Because the illustrations of this book, I love them. So there you have Bilbo sleeping in his bed, and he's most uncomfortable because he's hearing Thorin's song. But I very much like this image of Thorin telling the story of the dragon, because he's got a little thought bubble above his head where he is thinking about. Oh gosh, the TikTok one is just so hard to show anything to. But he's got this little thought bubble above his head where he's thinking about Smaug, and I don't know. I love the little illustration. Sentimentality is worth the $40 because it's from the tavern. I would rather send you something more worthwhile. Like, these are fun things, but they're just meant to be fun and sort of nostalgic. I don't know that I would want you to spend $40 on these things. There's so much. Yes, the voting did close for the next book on the regular streams. We are continuing with the Rift War, or with Feist's saga for the adult book. And we are doing Eragon for the family-friendly book. Yeah, my friend's little sister, who's kind of become my little sister, wanted to watch One Piece. It's a heck of a trek. I love One Piece. As I love the world. I love all of the things, but it is the anime is a slog. It really is. Jessica, hello, good to see you. Welcome in. You coming in? Well, I don't know. It might not be. But everyone over on Twitch is trying to get another hour out of me for the Read-A-Thon for today. We just got done with the live action season 2. I didn't even realize that the live action season 2 had come out yet. The live action anime for One Piece is actually one of the better live actions that's ever been made. They change and expedite a lot of things, and some of the props look really cheap, but it's one of the best ones that's ever been made. The only one that's even close to it is the Korean version of the Korean version of, gosh, what am I thinking of? Death Note. Wanted to join so much earlier, but ended up super busy. That's all right, Jessica, I understand. We're going to be on every day this week, but, and this is important again, everybody, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday will only be on the Twitch portal. Oh, I love Overlord too. It's one of mine and the lady's favorite. Emerald's lady, welcome in. I'm so very glad that you could join us. You've marked the tavern on your map over on Twitch. You should be able to find your way back the next time you seek a story. The lady actually got me the first 8 light novels for Overlord for Christmas, and it was quite lovely. Real quick, are we surprised we're continuing Feist? I'm not surprised, no. It was not a surprise. Castle made Jaeger a weeb. Fortunately, you misspelled fortunately, Jaeger. You put 2 little weird letters there in front of fortunately. I understand, autocorrect does things every now and again, but yeah, you misspelled fortunately. We need another hour. I need my story time. Yeah, she wanted to start the live action. Now she wants to start the anime next weekend. The anime is such a slog. It is. I love One Piece and I love its world, but the anime it's got so much filler in it. Ancient Magus's Bride is still Ancient Magus's Bride is a wonderful anime, and it is one of the only ones that has proper references to Celtic folklore in it. So I will always advocate for Ancient Magus's Bride because it's well written, it's not overstated, and it's got a very, very good story, and it's got a lot of really good stuff. The other ones that we just recently watched, like Free Ring is a recent one. That one's very good. I will always recommend that one. I was listening to you and crocheting through the Facebook. Well, welcome in. We always love when patrons find themselves on multiple platforms. What a wonderful thing. That being said, okay, so somebody had asked earlier if we were planning to do any Ren fairs. This is a question literally the lady and I have been talking about for the last 2 weeks. So, yes, you did hear crochet. And Castle, going to get my food, hope to still hear Castle's voice when I come back. I will still be on for a little bit. I'll still be on for a little bit, even if we don't get it. It looks like they're gonna get there, though. Looks like you guys are gonna get there. We need 9 more minutes of you guys over 30 folk watching, and we'll get another hour. So the lady and I have been talking about this, and we were wondering what kind of events we could come to, where we could come out and meet everybody. And the only things that we've come up with is we could do conventions, but I don't really know what we would do in that way. Because if we were to go to conventions, Lord of Mysteries is spectacular, Jaeger. I'm sad that it's not going to get a second season, but Lord of Mysteries is spectacular. The novels are very good too. Lord of Mysteries, like if you like Victorian noir, like sort of like Sherlock Holmes sort of genre of things, and you also like high fantasy and low fantasy, Lord of Mysteries is spectacular. I hope my messages are being seen, but I'm seeing you, Matty. I am. Since I'm already 100 episodes in, I'm gonna do some research and get rid of the filler. So I don't recommend, like, there are people who have done fan edits, Jared, that you can find through sites that are on the high seas, we'll say, that have all of the filler removed. And it is a much more tolerable watch that way. I'm just gonna wait until the One Piece comes out, which is Oda's remake, written the way that he wanted it to be written to begin with. That removes all of that filler and all of those things. Yeah, you guys are doing crazy work. If that gets up to 40, I have to give you guys 2 more hours. So don't do that. Don't do that. And not that I don't want to give you guys another hour, but you guys have. Yeah, I love One Piece. Like, you guys, One Piece. Some of you guys don't care about anime, but One Piece is one of my favorite things in the world. Like, I love it. Such a nostalgia for One Piece, and I think Oda is a great writer and world builder. But One Piece is a slog to watch. It is really hard to watch because it has so much filler, so much repeated stuff, so much like dragging out of the story because it's syndicated. It has had a new episode every week for the last 20 years. It just recently took its first break at 1,000 episodes. It's been a lot. Like, obviously, like, they did a great job with that, but I could not get into One Piece at all. It's just not one that I could get into. It is a difficult one to watch, especially because of all of the filler. The first season is also kind of more silly. It's kind of like the first couple of seasons of Dragon Ball Z. Oh, I didn't know that. I guess that'll be easier since this is like her second anime. Yeah. Yeah, well, and again, like, the first couple seasons of One Piece are very good for kids, very good for young folk, because it's got that sort of, like, Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh!, Dragon Ball Z sort of feel to it, and it gets a lot more complex later on. I'm crocheting armrest covers for my couch with pockets. That sounds lovely. Oh, sorry, I'm getting back to, it was Hannah. Hannah had asked. Bless you, my darling. Hannah had asked if we were going to do any Ren fairs. We had been talking about this for a while because a few people have been asking us if we're ever going to do get-togethers, if we're ever going to do meetups or anything. I don't think that there would be enough people who would come out to a meetup for us to justify putting one together. I'm happy to come out and have people come and meet us, but I don't know that maybe that's just me being weird about it. I don't know, but I just don't think that we would bring enough people out for an event to want to host us for one of these things. But Ren fairs would be great if we could be performers, like if we could do storytelling at a festival. And if we could get invited out to conventions, then that would be another great thing. That's your typical humbleness showing through. But and again, like, I know that there are a lot of you, but like, who all is going to come out to a show in California, or even if I were to go to Nevada, or even all the way up to Utah where Jaeger is? How many folk would actually be able to make it out to something like that to come and see us? And I would want to make it as available as possible to everybody. So I don't know. It's something that we have considered, and we were thinking about talking to the local Ren Fair and seeing if they would have us come and do like live storytelling, and see if people would want to come and do it. So we'll see. I would love to be able, but no, I cannot do it. Well, and I know that a lot of you are international, so international would make it even more difficult, right? I'll invite you all over for dinner. Does that count? I mean, I guess it could. Yes, St. Louis is a great middle ground. Well, and we would love to do like a traveling tour where we come and we bring some of our wares for people, and we bring stories, and we obviously just bring ourselves to meet everybody. We do like a live story time, and we do songs together and things like that. I would love to go, but I'm in Massachusetts, so it's a long way away. I'm in Pennsylvania, so like while I'd love to, I wouldn't be able to go together. Right, and that's what I mean. It's like, I know we have a lot of folks in the tavern, but everyone is so spread out that I don't know what the logistics of doing a physical place would be. I could definitely be persuaded with food and mead. So we've thought about maybe like hosting like a picnic or something for people to come out to. But again, we don't know. Ideally, what we would do is we would host a whole festival, like we would have like do something for like Lunesa, right? Where we would host a week-long games and food festival. But I don't know if that's something that we would at this point be able to get enough people to come out to. I don't think my body could handle, and I wouldn't ask you to, Bear. I wouldn't ask you to. And again, like ideally, the big thing that we would be doing would be the ideal thing would be traveling and doing a tour where we come to multiple places, and then that way people from that general area can then come and meet up. Like if we could do like 4 or 5 locations in the US, maybe go up to the Canadian northeast side, go out and do a city or 2 in Australia. You know, those would be fun things for us to do. But 1, we'd have to have the funds to do it, and 2, we'd have to make sure that we could arrange it with a bunch of other folk and see what would happen. Again, in my mind, I'm like I wouldn't want to come out and see me. So, but maybe that's because I live with me. I don't know. Fire Deck, hello, my friend. Good to see you. It's going well. We're in the midst of story time, and it looks like I'm gonna have to give you guys another hour. Cassandra has made it in. Hello, Cassandra. Good to see you. It is looking like you guys are gonna get another hour. We need, I think, 4 more minutes from you guys over on, no, 3 more minutes from you guys over on Twitch at above 30, and we're gonna. Yep. All right. Did the raffle end? All right. We're gonna pick the winner of this little cute traveling mug and with the map of Middle Earth on it, and a Lotharoraine pen. The lady is gonna roll it now. Let's see who the winner is. Frost! Hey! Look at that. The Frostbeard has won the Traveler's Mug and the Lotharoraine pen. Congratulations, Frost. I appreciate you. Castle, you know that if Unina came down here, I would put you... I would not want to put you out like that, Bear, but I do know that you have offered, yes. It would... oh, everyone, I got a remaster of Oblivion. Yay! Also, hello, Santana. Good to see you. Legos and story time is a way to spend my Sunday. Yes, indeed. Well, and it's you guys are looking like you're gonna have me on here for another hour. Let me see. How long is the next chapter of The Hobbit? Maybe I'll have the lady come over. Well, I don't think that she's gonna want to be on camera, so maybe not.
I don't have my face, but I could put it on.
Well, it looks like they're gonna get another hour. I don't see that number going down. But this is so 33 to. Yeah, it's another 20 pages. I don't think we can get through another 20 pages in an hour. But I could probably give you guys half. No more subs to me tonight. Aaron, 21 is far more than you should have given to begin with.
For now.
Yeah, but I think that's more than enough. That's more than enough. We appreciate you. Yeah, that's like your body weight in subs. Since someone said Oblivion Remaster, I guess I have to replay it for the 20th time, says Janet. Oh my gosh. I'm on both of them. I appreciate you guys. I sadly have to go soon. Well, Saleus, how do I say your name? Is it Saleus? Because that's where my brain, that's how it's said. Thank you for the confetti, Fire Deck. I appreciate you. Maybe tomorrow, 10... No, calm down, Aaron. You're good.
Funny.
Don't let it burn a hole in your pocket. We appreciate you. Just call me Sal. It's easier on everyone. Well, I like to know how people's names are pronounced because I'm usually pretty good. I'm usually pretty good about it. Because it could be Saleus or it could be Salius. But Sal, if you want to be called Sal, I'll call you Sal. That's fine. Yeah, Erin is... By the way, and again, you guys do not need to feel pressured to give anything. We specifically didn't set any financial goals for the Read-A-Thon because I don't want you guys to feel like you have to give anything. I have 300 hours. That's a lot of hours, Jared. But it's a good game, so why wouldn't you, right? Good evening, Rain. Hello, hello. I don't think I have direct flights to MA all the way out there either. So, yeah. So to what's up? But congratulations to Frost. You will get your mug and your brooch at the end of the Read-A-Thon. And the lady has picked up a bunch of other wonderful and fun things for you guys as well. No, it's not.
This is not.
It's not. I'll talk to you about it in a minute. Take that back. Thank you, my love. Okay. And all of that is over only 3 characters. Well, it's Crystal, thank you kindly for the stars. I appreciate your tips to the Tavern Keeper. Always appreciated. Thank you, Frost. I appreciate you, brother. Okay, so we're gonna do a little bit more reading. You guys, there's been over 30 people in here for the last 15 minutes. A problem, or is it a solution? Jared, that's a dumb thing to say. It is a problem, but that's all right. It's a good problem to have. So we're gonna read a little bit more. We're gonna read probably get through about another 10 pages before things go. Say again. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Crystal, she sent stars. Thank you for the stars over on the Facebook portal, Crystal. Sending them shooting over the tavern. I appreciate you for that. Bear, there's a lot of other great stuff that's coming this week, so you'll have plenty more opportunities to spend stupid amounts of money to have us ship you something that doesn't cost remotely as much as the shipping does. The lady got some really neat stuff for this week, so did I miss something over on Facebook, Lovey? Or on YouTube? I did. I did read that. Should travel to the forest. Bears. We'd love to have you in Sherwood in Texas. See, and so we're gonna see what we can work out to come and visit places. I don't know exactly all what will be going. As a matter of fact, I'm going on a cross-country trip this next week for a family reason. But well, Bear lives out in Australia. For us to ship anything to Bear that's not drop shipped, it costs so much money. Like, just to send him this book, if I were just to send him this little tiny book through Media Mail. But Diego, thank you for gifting a sub to Hannah. I appreciate you for that, brother. Just to ship this little tiny book, which is it's a very small book. It's less, what is it? It's less than 100 pages. This would cost $40 almost to ship to Bear. It's crazy.
We can do a preview for tomorrow.
You want to do a preview before I start reading again?
I'm not gonna say what it all begins.
Okay, so you want to do a preview for tomorrow, and remember, you have to be on Twitch to be able to do the things. What are we giving away tomorrow?
We're gonna do a tavern T-shirt.
Oh, that's right. We're giving away one of the tavern T-shirts. We'll be giving away a Myth and Lore and Tales of Yore T-shirt. That'll be international. Anybody can get that. And then the lady found this little Hobbit Lego set. And this is going to be the physical giveaway for tomorrow. So this will be what will be up on the roster for tomorrow. We're only giving 2 giveaways tomorrow. We'll be giving away a tavern T-shirt with the Myth and Lore and Tales of Yore and this little tiny. It's not Legos. It's an off-brand, but she was looking for giveaway stuff. she found this little hobbit hole Lego thing. So this will be the physical giveaway for tomorrow for all of you that love crafts and whatnot.
I paid for the kitty show me. Which kitty?
Yeah. Today was a traveler's mug with the map of Middle Earth on it and a Lothlorraine pin brooch, Bethany.
They chose you.
Oh, who cashed in, Kitty Cat?
It's like the dad's scary.
Well, only when you try to pee on the bed am I scary. There's Milo. Look at him.
Okay, baby.
So sad, so sad. It's okay.
It's okay.
I promise you'll survive. You'll live. For anyone who has not met Milo, this is Milo. He's the most recent addition to the Beasts of the Tavern. He is not very bright, but he is very handsome. And he's learning not to pee on things.
We'll start at 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, just like today, Gunnar.
Yes. Yeah, we'll be attempting to start at 4 p.m. every day this week.
No, we will.
We will. Unless we don't. In which
No,
case...
you do it.
But yeah, me and Milo have had a strained relationship recently because he tried to pee on the bed and I whacked him.
Yeah.
So he's been running away from me all this week like, I can't believe you did that.
Maddie paid for Coda. Alright, Coda, you gotta get on screen too.
Okay, you want to take your
Yeah,
baby
I'm
back?
talking about you, man. Stop drooling all over the floor.
And look at how noodly he is. Look at how noodly he is. He's such a noodle. He's a big old noodle. Alright, go back to...
Oh, I got you.
Oh, did he just drink water? Great, so he's gonna drool all over me. Alright, come here. Come say hello. Come say hello to your adoring audience. Up, up. There we go. Good boy. This is Koda. He's also not very bright. And he's covered in fleas right now. He's going to get a flea bath. He's so itchy. He's so itchy because summer's getting here and the fleas got him again. We have so many fleas in the dirt out here that he just gets them every single year. Alright, you're free to go. That's cool. I love Black Dragon Tavern time. And Boo is, I think Boo is in Everett's bedroom, so
Yeah.
he's napping. Alright, well, since we're going to be on for another hour, I'm going to run ads for everybody over on Twitch again so we don't get interrupted. And I'll just read that whole hour through. How does that sound? Fleas are horrible, worse than mosquitoes. They certainly are. See, and every summer out here, the lady gets eaten up by the mosquitoes and the dogs get eaten up by the fleas. We need to show me the Everett button. Well, I suppose I can still pick him up, actually.
Technically.
Do you want me to show you Everett? I'll go pick him up and bring him out here. It'll be hilarious. Hang on a second. That's all right. I'm gonna run ads for everybody over on Twitch. No, I'll cover him in a blanket. I'm gonna run ads for you guys on Twitch. I'm gonna go grab the boy. Hang on.
What? Oh God, what?
Get out.
What? What?
Why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? Put me down.
Hey, look,
Put me down.
I brought it Everett.
Put
See?
me down.
There he is.
Put me down.
See?
Release me. Why am I here?
See, there he is.
Hi, everybody. Why am I here?
Get out. Okay, you go back to it. Take your cash in and show me the Everett. The new redeem, so every once in a while I'm going to be coming into your room to just yank you out and put you on stream. So. Yeah, there you go.
It's a sonnet.
It's leaking out of your room. Not her butter. Oh, okay. See, there we go. Bear, thank you for the bits, brother. I appreciate you for that. Enjoy your dragon mead. You missed me dragging our son out of his room to put him out here. I just created a new YouTube. I didn't realize you were live there. Yeah, so Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday we're live on everything. And then Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday it'll only be over on Twitch. Alex Playos, hello, Plies? I don't know how to say your last name, but Alex, hello, welcome in. I'm so very glad that you could join us. Welcome. Poor boy. Yeah, it's alright. He'll survive. That was funny. Well, I hope you all enjoyed. It'll give him some nice things to talk about with his therapist when he's older, you know?
You were taking a Hobbit to Isengard.
Yeah, I was taking the Hobbit to Isengard. That is indeed what I was doing. Funny for who? It was very funny for me. And I don't think it really... I don't think I need to think about it for anybody else. I'm just not going to think about who else it was funny or not funny for. I hope you have a great night, Alex. Thank you kindly. I hope that you also have a great night. We're going to get to reading another chapter of The Hobbit right now. That one is going to be a top all-time clip, Jaeger, I guarantee it. To be sure. Can I cash in Shanty by Big Sis now? You certainly can. If you want to get that in before we start reading chapter 2. We are just now on chapter 2. We only did one chapter tonight. The chapters in The Hobbit are very long. So we usually takes about 2 hours to get through one chapter. Because they're usually about 30 to 40 pages. Yeah, so if you are on the Facebook or YouTube portal, it is always about 10 to 60 seconds behind. Can someone do a capture of that and put it up in the guild, please? I'll download the clip and put it over in the guild, Bear. So Matty would like for you to sing them a song. And he says you can do one of your choice. Yeah, so Cindy, the entire Read-A-Thon will be left up for a week afterwards. And it'll be available over on YouTube and on Twitch permanent for a while right now. Copy, I forgot about Facebook. Yeah. We are on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, Kick, and TikTok on Mondays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays. You can do it in the common room or in the lore room since it's relevant to story time. Thank you, Bear, for the 500 bits, brother. I appreciate you. Tips to the Tavern Keeper are appreciated, my friend. Thank you, Frost. I appreciate you, brother. But yeah, chapter 1 will be available to rewatch. And we read it most of the way through. There were a couple of small stops, but otherwise it's most of the way through. Good Lord, Crystal. Have you sung? Not. Oh, yeah, I did sing this evening. We sang the full version of Miss Mountain. Good Lord, Crystal, all of those hearts. Thank you kindly for the bits. Tips to the Tavern Keeper, always appreciated. Thank you kindly. Good Lord. Just throwing it all around. Bit spam by Crystal, yeah. Alright, so what song were you providing for? Thank you for the confetti fire deck. I don't know if I thanked you for that. I saw it come in, but I don't know if I thanked you. Thank you kindly for it. I don't know how to do Twitch things, it's fair enough. I do, Alex. We're live on Twitch right now if you would like to go and join Storytime through that portal instead. We do still have a Patreon, yes. We're finally putting more things out there as well, so. Well, do you have a new song that you've been working on, my love? Well, then why don't you give him one of the classics? Why don't I pick? Well, we're doing The Hobbit. So, why don't you do... Do you want to do the Hobbit walking song? Bethany's present. I see fire... So Goblin says, I see fire from The Hobbit.
I see fire from the Hobbit? What is that one?
It was one of the ones from the film. So it is Black Dragon Tavern Gaming over on Twitch, Alex. It won't be that for long, but Ed Sheeran, yes.
His name is.
So guys, I'm gonna send the microphone over to the lady, and she's gonna sing for you guys.
Huh, I don't actually know that one. What?
I don't know it either. I think it was in the last one. Because it was when they beat Smaug. So it might have been the second one, the middle one.
Okay, what am I doing?
Well, I don't know what song. I thought you were gonna do the Hobbit walking song. Yeah, and she'll practice. I See Fire maybe tonight, and maybe we'll do it sometime this week. Goblin. It's better by Celtic Women than by Ed Sheeran. Well, that's not surprising. Ed Sheeran is good, but he doesn't really quite have like the sort of vocal range that you would get from Celtic Women. All right, you ready, my love? I'm going to send the microphone over to you.
So I'm just getting the.
I'm going to be tired. It's 10:16. I have to be up at 4:30 a.m. Well, go to bed, Stephanie. What are you doing? You guys will still be able to hear me because I am very loud, but I have to send the microphone over to her because she is not very loud.
Alright,
Celtic
can you
Women
hear me
are-
okay?
Huh?
Can you hear me okay?
Yep, you're showing up all right.
Okay.
I'm going to turn down the ambient music though, because for some reason that's cranked way up.
Okie dokie.
All right.
Hello.
Here
Okay.
comes the lady, and everyone's saying hello to you.
Hello, hello. Quiet as always. It's not very close to me. That's why I was asking. Can you like push it more that way? Can we like push it between the prongs of that router?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, I'm talking to you.
Well, I didn't hear you, I'm sorry.
Okay. Can we make that closer by pushing the arm between the prongs of that router?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I think that'll work. Hopefully.
Miparek, hello! The lady's about to sing, so
Okay, here we go. Roads go ever, ever on, over rock and under tree, by caves where never sun has shone, by streams that never find the sea, over snow by winter sown, and through the merry flowers of June, over grass and over stone, and under mountains in the moon. Roads go ever, ever on, under cloud and under star, yet feet that wandering have gone, turn at last to home afar. Eyes that fire and sword have seen, and horror in the halls of stone, look at last on meadows green, and trees and hills they long have known. The road goes ever, ever on, over rock and under tree, by caves where never sun has shone, by streams that never find the sea. Okay, I think that's it. It's short.
You are a lucky man, Castle. Don't I know it? Dragon Lord Yuto, hello! Wait. Dragon Lord Yuto.
Dragon Lord Yuto.
Isn't that from an anime? Or is that... No, I'm sorry, that's Dragon Lord Luto. From, Tsukimichi. Luto is the weird...
Oh, the white-haired one? Yeah.
RTO is with us. Beautiful singing friend.
Winter.
Yet the lady is quite lovely in all things she does.
Luthien's Lament is really good. I don't have that opera voice that is required for it, but it's a nice song. I recommend.
Do you wanna give it a go?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
It's not like okay. Listen to it. Like that requires training. But it's a nice one telling the story of Baron and Luthien. Like, she's coming to the Great Tree to beg for his life.
You do that.
I don't...
You could do that.
So... I think
When we get
you...
into the Lord of the Rings, I hope she can sing Into the West. Oh, of course.
Oh, I do that all the time.
Yeah, she does Into the West all often. It's one of... Into the West, Savage Daughter,
Hi, Esther.
a couple of others are absolutely her favorite. I saw you come in, Esther, just when the lady was singing, so I didn't say anything.
Oh, Valhalla Calling female version? I haven't sung that one either, but I know of it because you've said it.
She's a beauty inside and out, I agree. It's hard to sing without the music for me. Yeah. Getting used to singing without music and just sort of having the beat in your head is something that's for sure. Well, it's good to have you. Yuto, again, where does your name come from? Because I thought it was from an anime, but I think that I'm wrong.
Smeagol fish song.
I'll do the Smeagol fish song.
So juicy sweet. Oh, gosh.
It's okay, Castle.
That's funny.
The ghost doesn't. It's true. Yeah, the lady has 3 songs that are very popular. She has Savage Daughter, Into the West, and what is the other one? Soldier Poet King.
Yeah, the Soldier Poet King is another frequent request. We did Anne Bonny last time. Yeah, take a chance on me.
One day I will be present and remember to ask the lady to sing the song I asked her to
Take a
learn.
chance.
Oh yeah, Bethany had mentioned that she had asked you to learn to sing a song.
Yes, I do have that. But I got Valhalla Calling on. You could do some background vocals. Yeah, we haven't tried.
So she'd be like, oh.
Yeah, there you go. Ships on the vigor of the waves are skimming, barren summits to the verdant plains. Each horizon is a new beginning, rise and reign. Far from the fjords and the ice-cold currents, ravens soar over new frontiers. Songs and sagas of the fate determined, shields and spears. Vows of a favor or the thrill of plunder, pull together for the clan and kin. Clank of hammers and the crash of thunder pound within. Oh, the echoes of eternity. Oh, Valhalla calling me. Oh, to pluck the strings of destiny. Whoa, Valhalla calling me. Valhalla calling me. Sails are swaying on the crimson rivers, blood and glory in the fighting fields. Shields are shatter into splintered timbers, iron and steel. Fires are rising and the bells are ringing. Glory, take us into Odin's halls. Golden glimmer and the sound of singing as Asgard's call. Whoa, the echoes of eternity. Whoa, Valhalla calling me. Whoa, to pluck the strings of destiny. Whoa, Valhalla calling me. Valhalla calling me. Is there more? Yeah, there's more.
There is, but you can stop it.
Yeah, it's just repetitive.
Yeah.
Destiny strings are being plucked, yes.
Yes, often. She has 3 more. Those strings are
She's like,
always-
leave my strings alone. I love it.
Jaeger says that the lyric should be replaced with protein brownies called
From before us, yes. Let me bring that up, Bethany.
And then Stephanie says she's more perfect with each other. And even if we weren't, I would still let no one else have it. That song is always awesome. It is a tavern favorite in this one. I was eating a protein brownie. That explains why it was called Jaeger. That explains it.
All right, so this one's called From Before Us, from Jax and the Bard. I don't know if anyone else has sung it, but that is what I found. And it is quite delightful, and we have not sung it yet here in the tavern, so it will be new. She asked for it a good long while ago. My favorite anime, it has to be Trigun.
Yeah, we share
Yeah.
a favorite anime.
Yeah.
We both love Trigon. It is our favorite, but we also are of the opinion that it is the best one ever made.
Yeah, I mean, there's some newer ones that I really enjoy, but I just love Trigun.
The ones that are our favorite
The
recent ones,
original,
we
not
really
the-
liked
this
Free
new
Rim,
one
we
they
did
did.
like Solo Leveling, and Sentenced to be a Hero has been very good. And what's the one with the death girl?
The Deaf Girl. Oh,
A
Sign of Affection.
Sign of Affection. Yes. Oh, and Apothecary Diaries is a very good, like, sort of like Sherlock Holmes set in Three Kingdoms, China. Very good. Red is the Rose is a tavern favorite, to be sure, Petra. It's right there near the top. Mattrel is wonderful. Mattrel is more like a
Mattrel is
silly,
funny.
funny one, but
Yeah.
Mattrel is very funny. Yes, we like Mattrel too.
Okay, I'm gonna try this one, Bethany, and I apologize if it's not very good, but I'm gonna try.
Give it to us, my darling.
Deep in my bones, stirs through my veins, I hear the voices from long ago. Mothers of old calling my name, singing me secrets I somehow know. We are the power in all of their plight, strong as the trees in the forest. We are their legacy, born from their fight, honoring those from before us. Sure as the moon pulling the tide, I feel the pull from a distant past. All of my strength comes from inside, claiming the power they gave at last. We are the power in all of their plight, strong as the trees in the forest. We are their legacy, born from their fight, honoring those from before us. Together we sing loud and long to call on the mothers that bore us here. Pillars of life, making us strong, showing us how we can persevere. We are the power and all of their plight, strong as the trees in the forest. We are their legacy, born from their fight, honoring those from before us. I feel the ties, ancestral bond. I know the women that fought for me. I hear their cries now that they're gone. They are alive in the air I breathe. We are the power in all of their plight, strong as the trees in the forest. We are their legacy, born from their fight, honoring those from before us. This is my voice, this is my vow, this is my promise to sisters of mine. I will not bend, I will not bow, you will not break my foremothers' design. We are the power in all of their plight, strong as the trees in the forest. We are their legacy, born from their fight, honoring those from before us.
Huzzah! Is that
Yeah.
all of it?
That's all of it.
Well done to the lady. So, you can't see, but Cassandra has said, it's not related, but now that I hear her sing this one, I need to hear her sing Once Upon a December.
Oh, yeah?
You
Once
know,
Upon a
it
December?
would be, we should do Once Upon a December as duet.
Yeah?
Because Once Upon a December is a great, great song. For any of you who don't know, Once Upon a December is the song that is sung in Anastasia, the cartoon, which is one of the most underrated like princess films. And it's the song she sings about remembering her family.
Mm-hmm.
Once upon a December. I love the song. The song is perfect for Haltesia do because I
It is,
agree.
yes.
That's a good point. It is an excellent point. And everyone's on TikTok is saying thank you, and that's it. It was lovely.
Well, I'm glad they liked it.
And then you got a question from
Pint
the
Goblin?
Dragon Lord that said, do you prefer Millie or Meryl?
I would have to say Meryl, because she's a realist, and
Yeah.
I'm a realist.
Yeah.
Like, Millie's very, like, sweet. She wants to believe the best in everybody, but Meryl is kind of, she's like my spirit animal, you know?
Yeah. How many tokens to have you two sing Nothing Else Matters?
And nothing else matters.
Wait, who
No
sings
one
that?
cares for what,
What is that song from?
brain farting. I'm brain farting. Let me find it.
Although Anastasia is, I think Anastasia is a lot fictional too. It is based on a real thing. and
Duh,
it's based on the fall of
Metallica.
the
I'm an
Romanovs.
idiot.
Oh,
I was like, how could I be brain farting on this name?
nobody knows since Metallica. is
yeah,
that
yeah,
right?
yeah. It's Metallica.
I don't. I mean, we could try. I think that if we did a Metallica song, I would have a hard time telling Wesley no about the Poke Rap. From then on, I think.
I mean, we just have to make it like a folk song, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, but Tim, I think the Anastasia film is definitely very fictional, but it's based on a real thing. It's based on the fall of the Romanovs. Like the Romanovs were the last royal family in Russia, or the last like real royal family in Russia in the 1800s, and it was a brutal thing, and that's where Rasputin comes from. And you know, we don't have any happy-go-lucky songs about.
Yeah, nothing else matters as a shanty would hit hard for sure.
I mean, we can try. We can try to turn it in. We have a couple of we've had a couple of songs we've tried to turn into shanties, and a couple of songs that we've tried to translate into Welga, but we're not quite skilled with music because that's not what we do.
With all
But we're
1,000 plus Pokemon,
that would be rough.
yeah, I know the first 100, and then everything after that, I think I just know like a handful of them.
At least 150
Because Everett really liked Pokemon.
or more to see. Be a Pokemon master is my destiny.
Oh, did they do a good cover? I don't think I've heard their version, Gunnar.
See
Skinny
shanty
candy
on
on
pineapple
pineapple
pizza. Stop it.
pizza.
Stop it.
No.
Somebody ban Matty. Matty,
No.
you got the right. Ban yourself. Ban yourself.
Ban yourself.
She was the one that was said to survive. Yeah, so why don't we have any happy-go-lucky songs about the Romanovs, but we have Ra Rasputin, lover of the... Why don't we
Oh
have
gosh,
that?
no.
Like, why?
I already hate that people are like, oh, you look like Rasputin. I'm like, please don't.
I get that a lot.
compare
I get a lot of
them
people
to
coming in, they're like,
Rasputin.
hey, are you dressing up as Rasputin? I'm like, no, we
No.
both have a beard, but I think that's... And maybe we're both a little bit...
You're
fake
both wearing
inside.
black, I guess.
Yeah, you know, we both have that dead look in our eyes. But beyond that, I don't think there's a whole lot of Shantified? Yeah. Maybe more Disney songs can be shantified. Yeah, possibly. I did not know you cosplayed Rasputin. That's funny and interesting.
Yeah,
I know you're a
Rasputin
history
was
buff, so-
not a good-looking guy, and
No,
he was
Rasputin-
not a good guy. So I'm just no.
and Rasputin, really, he was not a good-looking guy, but he was well loved amongst the women in the Russian court for whatever reason.
Yeah, because he made up some religious crap.
Yeah, it was probably because he, made up stuff about being, a wizard. But
We have the bean in here.
Shay the Bean, hello.
I did do some alternate lyrics to Star of the County Down from Rosie's point of view.
Oh, that's right.
And I did Help
So
to
are
the
we just
Company from the
are we
hostess's point
are
of
we doing
view.
songs for the rest of the evening, or
I don't know. You guys ready for more reading?
I would say, do you guys want to do? Because we can just keep doing songs for the rest of the evening, or do you guys want to get started? Because we're not going to get all the way through, especially right now.
Right,
The
Gunnar?
next
Oh
chapter.
no.
And the only way we get another hour is if we sit over 40, and I don't think that that's going to happen tonight. So, do you guys want to read some of the roast mutton chapter, or do we want to wait till tomorrow? Because we're going to be back on tomorrow. Or do we want to just do songs for the rest of the night?
The Goblin says, do you know Ring Ding, a Scotsman's story?
Possibly, if you're talking about the one about the Scotsman and his cute. That's right, because Bethany came in late, so Bethany didn't get anything. Counselor, if it helps, I don't think it'll do anything like that, but it does help. I appreciate you. I'm here. Sorry I missed out on the story. You did not miss out on the story. We're going to read... I'll do 10 pages. We'll do 10 pages of the next chapter, and then we'll do another song or two before we end off tonight. I think that's fair and fine. Have you heard of an anime called Spice and Wolf? Yes, Spice and Wolf is an old one. The Scotsman that keeps running into Gold Diggers. No, I have not heard that one. Don't forget your old shipmates. Oh, that's right, that's right, that's right. Oh, no, no, no. Shay, that's much further on. We're not quite there yet. Nina, hello, good to see you. Yeah, Gunnar, because Gunnar, you weren't here for the original one, right? Where's this anime talk on Twitch? It's kind of everywhere, but mostly it's happening on Twitch. Yes, right. Did I miss a message from Tim, or was it just the?
He said he
Oh, cosplayed Rasputin. Yes, 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 yes. Okay. It has the same pace as the dwarf cleaning song in the Hobbit movie. It's fun. Send it to me, Goblin. Send it to me. I have I didn't quite get it done. We'll do Leave Her Johnny at the end, Cassandra, for sure. Yeah, you came. This has been my calling for ages. Yeah. Thank you, Cindy. You guys are at 29,000 likes over on TikTok. That is truly impressive. All right. Let's get started. Chapter 2 of The Hobbit by J.R.R. Tolkien. Roast Mutton. Up jumped Bilbo and, putting on his dressing gown, went into the dining room. There he saw nobody, but all the signs of a large and hurried breakfast. There was a fearful mess in the room, piles of unwashed crocks in the kitchen. Nearly every pot and pan he possessed seemed to have been used. The washing up was so dismally real that Bilbo was forced to believe the party of the night before had not been part of his bad dreams, as he had rather hoped. Indeed, he was really relieved after all to think that they had all gone without him, and without bothering to wake him up. But never a thank you, he thought, and yet, in a way, he could not help feeling a trifle disappointed. The feeling surprised him. "Don't be a fool, Bilbo Baggins," he said to himself, "thinking of dragons and all that outlandish nonsense at your age." So he put on an apron, lit fires, boiled water, and washed up. Then he had a nice little breakfast in the kitchen before turning out the dining room. By that time, the sun was shining and the front door was open, letting in a warm spring breeze. Bilbo began to whistle loudly and forgot about the night before. In fact, he was sitting down to a nice little second breakfast in the dining room by the open window when in walked in Gandalf. "My dear fellow," he said, whenever are you going to come? What about an early start? And here you are, having breakfast, or whatever you call it, at 10:30. They left you a message because they could not wait." What message?" said poor Mr. Baggins, all in a fluster. "Great elephants," said Gandalf. "You're not at all yourself this morning. Have you never dusted your mantelpiece?" "What has that got to do with it? I've had enough to do with washing up for 14. "Well, if you had dusted your mantelpiece, you would have found this under the clock." And Gandalf, handing Bilbo a note, written, of course, on his own notepaper. So this is one of the funniest parts of this book for me, is this particular section that, rather than placing it in the kitchen or near the door or near his door, they put it on the mantelpiece under the clock, presuming that he would, in fact, dust the mantelpiece in the morning. Before he left on his adventure, had to dust the mantelpiece. That's so funny. That's so funny to me. Where did you get your copy of Lord of the Rings? So this copy of The Hobbit we got at Barnes & Noble. And then my favorite copy of Lord of the Rings that I have is my full volume, which I don't have out right now, but I'll show it tomorrow. That one also was a Barnes & Noble special edition, and it's this really nice softback on it that the cat ruined, sadly. But it's still very pretty. I love how mad Bilbo is at them for using. I would be mad too. In this day and age, absolutely dreadful. I don't know when I've last dusted my house. Yeah, you remember that was a common thing years ago. You would dust your home almost daily. My mom might be a hobbit. She'd dust the mantelpiece in the morning. She very well might be. She very well might be. I've missed this so much, but we're glad to have you back, Cassandra. This is what he read. Thorin and Company to burglar Bilbo Baggins. For your hospitality, sincerest thanks. And for your offer of professional assistance, our grateful acceptance. Terms, cash on delivery up to not exceeding 1/14 of total profits, if any. All travel expenses guaranteed in any event. Funeral expenses to be defrayed by us or our representatives. If occasion arises, and the matter is not otherwise arranged for. They are unnecessary to disturb your esteemed repose. We have proceeded in advance to make requisite preparations, and will await your respected person at the Green Dragon Inn, Baywater, at 11 a.m. sharp, trusting that you will be punctual. We have the honour to remain yours deeply, Thorin and Company. That leaves you just 10 minutes. You will have to run, said Gandalf. But, said Bilbo. No time for it, said the wizard. But, said Bilbo again, no time for that either. Off you go. To the end of his days, Bilbo could never remember how he found himself outside without a hat, a walking stick, or any money, or anything that he usually took when he went. Leaving his second breakfast half finished and quite unwashed up, pushing his keys in Gandalf's hand and running as fast as his furry feet could carry him, down the lane, past the great mill, across the water, and then on for a mile or more. Very puffed he was when he got to the bywater, just on the stroke of 11, and found he had come without a pocket handkerchief. Bravo, said Balin, who was standing at the inn door looking out for him. Just then all the others came round the corner of the road from the village. They were on ponies, and each pony was slung about with all kinds of baggages, packages, parcels, and paraphernalia. There was a very small pony, apparently for Bilbo. Up you two get, and off we go, said Thorin. I'm awfully sorry, said Bilbo, but I've come without my hat, and I've left my pocket handkerchief behind. I haven't got any money. I didn't get your note until after 10:45, to be precise. Don't be precise, said Dwalin, and don't worry. You will have to manage without pocket handkerchiefs and a good many other things before the journey's end. As for a hat, I have got a spare hood and cloak in my luggage. And that's how they all came to start, jogging off from the inn one fine morning just before May, on laden ponies, and Bilbo was wearing a dark green hood, a little weather-stained, and a dark green cloak borrowed from Dwalin. They were too large for him, and he looked rather comic. What his father Bungo would have thought of him, I daren't think. His only comfort was he couldn't be mistaken for a dwarf, as he had no beard. They had not been riding very long when Gandalf came up on a very splendid white horse. He had brought a lot of pocket handkerchiefs and Bilbo's pipe and tobacco. So after the party went on very merrily, they told stories and sang songs as they rode forward all day, except, of course, when they stopped for meals. And here is a wonderful illustration of little Bilbo upon his pony, heading out into the great wide world for his first ever adventure. These didn't come quite as often as Bilbo would have liked them, but he still began to feel that adventures were not so bad after all. At first, they had passed through Hobbit lands, a wide, respectable country inhabited by decent folk with good roads, an inn or two, and now and then a dwarf or a farmer ambling by on business. Then they came to the lands where people spoke strangely and sang songs Bilbo had never heard before. Now they had gone on far into the lone lands where there were no people left, no inns, and the roads grew steadily worse. Not far ahead were dreary hills, rising higher and higher, dark with trees. On some of them were built old castles with an evil look, as if they had been built by wicked people. Everything seemed gloomy, for the weather that day had taken a nasty turn. Mostly it had been as good as May can be, even in merry tales, but now it was cold and wet. In the lone lands they had been obliged to camp when they could, but at least it had been dry. To think it'll be June soon, grumbled Bilbo as he splashed along behind the others in a very muddy track. It was after tea time, it was pouring with rain, and had been all day. His hood was dripping into his eyes, his cloak was full of water, and the pony was tired and stumbled on stones. The others were grumpy too. The others were too grumpy to talk. And I'm sure the rain has got into some of the dry clothes and into the food bags, thought Bilbo. Bother burgling, bother everything to do with it. I wish I was at home, in my nice hole by the fire, with the kettle just beginning to sing. It was not the last time that he would wish that. Still the dwarves jogged on, never turning round or taking any notice of the hobbits. Somewhere behind the grey clouds the sun must have gone down, for it began to get dark as they went up into the deep valley, with the river at the bottom. Wind got up and willows along the banks bent and sighed. Fortunately the road went over an ancient stone bridge, for the river, swollen with rains, came rushing down from the hills and mountains in the north. It was nearly night when they had crossed over. The wind broke up the grey clouds, and the wandering moon appeared above the hills, between the flying rags. Then they stopped, and Thorin muttered something about supper. And where shall we get a dry patch to sleep on? Not until then did they notice that Gandalf was missing. So far he'd come all the way with them, never saying if he was in the adventure or merely keeping them company for a while. He had eaten most, talked most, and laughed most, but now he simply was not there at all. Just like a wizard. Just when a wizard would have been most useful too, groaned Dori and Nori, who shared the hobbits' views about regular meals, plenty and often. They decided in the end that they would have to camp where they were. They moved to a clump of trees, and though it was drier under them, the wind shook the rain off the leaves, and the drip, drip was most annoying. Also, the mischief seemed to have got into the fire. Dwarves can make a fire almost anywhere out of almost anything, wind or no wind, but they could not do it that night, not even Oin and Gloin, who were especially good at it. Then one of the ponies took a fright at nothing and bolted. He got into the river before they could catch him, and before they could get him out again, Feely and Keely were nearly drowned, and all the baggage that he carried was washed off of him. Of course, it was mostly food, and there was mighty little left for supper, and less for breakfast. There they all sat glum and wet and muttering, while Oin and Gloin went on trying to light the fire and quarrelling about it. Bilbo was sadly reflecting that adventures were not all pony rides and May sunshine, when Balin, who was always their lookout man, said, "There's a light over there." There was a hill some way off with the trees on it, pretty thick in parts. Out of the dark mass of trees they could now see a light shining, a reddish, comfortable-looking light, as it might be a fire or torches twinkling. When they had looked at it for some while, they fell to arguing. Some said, no, and some said, yes. Some said that they could but go and see, and anything was better than little supper, less breakfast, and wet clothes all the night. Others said, these parts are well known, and all too near the mountains. Travellers seldom come down this way. The old maps are of no use. Things have changed for the worse, and the road is unguarded. They have seldom ever heard of the king around here, and are less inquisitive. You are, as you go along, the less trouble you're likely to find. And some said, after all, there are 14 of us. And others said, where has Gandalf got to? This remark was repeated by everybody. Then the rain began to pour down worse than ever, and Oin and Gloin began to fight. That settled it. After all, we've got a burglar with us, they said, and so they made off, leading their ponies, and with all due proper caution in the direction of the light. They came to the hill where they came to the hill and were soon in the wood. Up the hill they went, but there was no proper path to be seen, such as might lead to a house or a farm, and do what they could. And to do I lost my place. Such as might lead to a house or a farm, and do what they could, they made a deal of rustling and cracking and creaking, and a good deal of grumbling and ratting, as they went through the trees into the pitch dark. Suddenly the red light shone out very bright through the tree trunks not far ahead. Now it's the burglar's turn, they said, meaning Bilbo. You must go on and find out all about that light, what it's for. And if all is perfectly safe and canny, said Thorin to the hobbit, now let's get off, and come back quick, if all is well. If not, come back if you can. And if you can't, hoot twice like a barn owl, and once like a screech owl, and we will do what we can. Off Bilbo had to go before he could explain that he could not hoot even once like any kind of owl, any more than fly like a bat. But at any rate, hobbits can move quietly in woods, absolutely quietly. They take pride in it, and Bilbo had sniffed more than once at what he called all that dwarvish racket as they went along, though I don't suppose you or I would have noticed anything at all on a windy night, not if the whole cavalcade had passed 2 feet off. As for Bilbo, walking primarily toward the red light, I don't suppose even a weasel would have stirred its whiskers at it. So naturally he got right up to the fire, for fire it was, without disturbing anyone. And this is what he saw. 3 very large persons sitting round a very large fire of beech logs. They were roasting mutton on long spits of wood and licking gravy off their fingers. There was a fine, toothsome smell. Also there was a barrel of good drink at hand, and they were drinking out of the jugs. But they were trolls, obviously trolls. Even Bilbo, in spite of his sheltered life, could see that. From the great heavy faces of them, and their size, and the shape of their legs, and not to mention their language, which was not drawing-room fashion at all. At all. Mutton yesterday, mutton today, and blimey if it don't look like mutton again tomorrow, said one of the trolls. Never blink at a bit of man flesh. Have we had for a long time? Said the second. What the hell, William? Was it thinking to bring us into these parts at all? Beats me. And the drink running short, that's more. He said, jogging the elbow of William, who was taking a pull from his jug. William choked. Shut your mouth, he said as soon as he could. You can't expect folk to stop here forever just to be ate by you and Bert. You've let a village and a half between you since when we come down from the mountains. How much more do you want? And time's been up our way when you'd have said, thank you, Bill, for a nice bit of valley fat mutton like what this is. And he took a big bite off of a sheep's leg that he was roasting and wiping his lips on his sleeve. Yes, I'm afraid that trolls do behave like that, even those with only one head. After hearing all of this, Bilbo ought to have done something at once. Either he should have gone back quietly and warned his friends that there were 3 fair-sized trolls at hand in nasty mood, quite likely to try and roast a dwarf or even pony for a change, or else he should have done a bit of good quick burgling. A real first-class and legendary burglar would at this point have picked all the trolls' pockets. It is nearly always worthwhile if you can manage it. Pinched the very mutton off the spits, purloined the beer, and walked off without their noticing him. Others, more practical but less professional pride, would have perhaps stuck a dagger into each of them before they had observed it. Then the night could have been spent cheerily. I might be very silly, but what perspective would you say The Hobbit is written in? So it is third person, more or less, but it's third person from Bilbo's perspective. So Bilbo is telling the entire story of the journey to the Lonely Mountain in retrospect. So the whole book of There and Back Again is written from the perspective of Bilbo after he got back to Bag End. Your accents are very good. I'm glad you're enjoying, Hannah. I'm glad you're enjoying. So there are exaggerations and changes of details that are happening because Bilbo wrote it more or less like a children's sort of fairy tale, because he wrote it so that he could tell it to like the children of Hobbiton. So third person omniscient to a degree, but it is told from Bilbo's perspective. I want mutton and gravy. Why must they talk about food all the time? I know, we always end up on food, don't we? Cassandra, your daughter says hi. Well, hello, little one. I think you should probably... Well, no, it's probably not terribly late for you. But it's almost time for bed. Make sure you're good for your mother. Yes. Third person past perspective, more or less, told from Tolkien. So Tolkien is writing it as Bilbo would have wrote it for the children. Yes. So the idea of The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings is that Tolkien found a manuscript from Middle-earth, found 2 manuscripts from Middle-earth, and translated them into English so that we could read the stories. And this one was the manuscript of There and Back Again, which was the tale of Bilbo's travels to the Lonely Mountain and back to Hobbiton, written by Bilbo Baggins. And then the other book is the Red Book of Westmarch, which is written more like a historical epic, so like the story of Troy or the Iliad or the Odyssey, but written by Bilbo and written by Frodo. And with Samwise helped to write it as well, and then Merry and Pippin also helped to write the Red Book of Westmarch, which we call the Lord of the Rings. All right. Bilbo knew it. He had read of a good many things that he had never seen or done. He was very much alarmed and well disgusted. He wished himself 100 miles away, and yet somehow he could not go straight back to Thorn and Company empty-handed. So he stood and hesitated in the shadows. Of the various burglarious proceedings he had heard of, picking the troll's pocket seemed to be the least difficult. So at last he crept up behind the tree just behind William. Bert and Tom went off to the barrel, and William was having another drink when Bilbo plucked up the courage to put his little hand into William's enormous pocket, and there was a purse in it, as big as a bag to Bilbo. Ah, he thought, warming to his new work as he lifted it carefully out. This is the beginning. It was. Trolls' purses are mischief, and this was no exception. "Ah, how we go?" it squeaked as it left the pocket, and William turned around at once to grab Bilbo by the neck before he could duck behind the tree. "Blimey, Bert, look what I've copped," said William. "What is it?" said the others, coming up. "Blimey if I knows. What are you?" "Bilbo Baggins, a hobbit," said poor Bilbo, shaking all over, and wondering how to make owl noises before they throttled him. It's funny, the movie was on TV yesterday, and I was thinking about the last time we talked about reading The Hobbit. That's very funny. Yes, so I do think that in the movie they did start off with him reading, like they did like a version of him from Lord of the Rings, and then they flashed back to The Hobbit. I believe so, yes. Because he does not finish There and Back Again until what it was some 50, 60 years later in the time of The Lord of the Rings. The Lord of the Rings trilogy was originally written as a single volume, if I am remembering correctly. The editor made Tolkien break it up because they said it was too long. Yes. And actually, my version of The Lord of the Rings is put together in one volume like it's supposed to be. But yeah, in the time, he was still a new author. You have to understand, even though The Hobbit was very successful, he was still a new author. So, even though The Hobbit was a successful book, they weren't sure that he was going to be able to do it twice. And The Lord of the Rings was a really long piece of high fantasy fiction. Longer than any other piece of high fantasy fiction that had ever been published up to that point, I think. I might be wrong about that, but if I remember correctly, high fantasy fiction did not get published at that length in that time. And high fantasy was still like a blossoming thing. Like, Tolkien really birthed the high fantasy genre himself. And so the editor, the printing presses of the time could not handle a book that big. So they initially said, we're going to split it into two. But then the editor, the publisher also was like, I don't think the two, maybe we try one. We start with like the first act of the journey, and then we'll see how it does. And the first book did so incredibly well. It was insane. Correct me if I'm wrong, but did C.S. Lewis and J.R.R. Tolkien know each other? Not only did they know each other, they were very dear friends, and we would not have The Hobbit or The Lord of the Rings without C.S. Lewis. Because C.S. Lewis, as well as several others of Tolkien's literary friends, pressured him not only into writing this, but also pressured him into publishing it. They pushed him into publishing it. And Lewis was a major contributor to the critique and the pushing of Tolkien to constantly be better and to put his work out there. And I think that Lewis felt sort of an obligation to make sure that Tolkien used this gift that he had been given, because C.S. Lewis was a major and very loud atheist in the time, and his friendship with Tolkien and his intellectual conversations with him got him to convert to Christianity, and Lewis forever felt grateful to Tolkien for that. To a point that Lewis would eventually write a bunch of books on his journey to becoming a Christian. Bless you, my love. The best of which is this one, which is sort of a philosophical book that he wrote from the perspective of a fallen angel and a demon, about the nature of human beings. Even if you are not, like, if you don't really care about religion, any which way, the Screwtape Letters is a spectacular philosophical book. It's very much, it does have religious undertones to it, but it's philosophical. It has to do with human nature. So if you are a Christian, you do like reading about like biblical things and stuff like that, this is great. But it's also great if you've ever read anything philosophical, like if you like meditations or anything like that. Screwtape Letters is one of the best philosophical, and I actually think this is C.S. Lewis's best work, because it is absolutely spectacular. Yeah, actually, it's you would if I remember right, Good Omens was partially inspired by this notion. Yeah, Screw Tape Letters Ring. Such a good book. Such a good book. I love Screw Tape Letters. It's so good. I actually, I got Jaeger to read it a little while back, and he loved it too. Unpopular opinion, but I've always liked Chronicles of Narnia more than Lord of the Rings. It's a personal preference due to me growing up in Narnia. I would say that if you're looking at something like Narnia is a very Lewis is not as good a writer as Tolkien is, and he's not as good a world builder. But Narnia's 100% deserves to be in its epic, all-time greatest books ever written, because The Chronicles of Narnia is a spectacular series. It's very well done. It's kind of poorly structured, but it's a really good series. Yeah, and this is something that Lewis and Tolkien fought about all the time, is that Lewis loved allegory. He loved everything to be very symbolic, everything to mean something. Tolkien hated allegory, and he wanted everything to just be a story. He didn't want stories to be telling something that they weren't saying. He just wanted to tell stories. So they were a very funny pair because they were so very different from each other, but they constantly pushed each other to be better and do more. Yeah, Lewis was a World War I veteran, as was Tolkien. You mentioned Sir Arthur Conan Doyle earlier. He hated Holmes because he wanted to be known for his spiritualist work. Yeah, and Doyle hated Sherlock Holmes so much that he killed him off at one point, and he got so mad because he had to end up bringing him back because his fans rioted about it, which is it's such a funny thing. Like, the fans of Sherlock Holmes pressured Conan Doyle into bringing him back to life because the fans were so upset. So upset that he had killed him off. It's very funny. What do you mean? Aslan, yeah. Stupid autocorrect. Jokes on Doyle, we love Sherlock. I know. It's one of those things where there are a lot of people who will make something, and then they'll get famous for it, and then they hate that they got famous for it because it's not their favorite thing that they've ever made. But he also had a lot of Nordic symbolism in his work. How could he hate symbolism? He contradicted himself. Well, no. See, there's quite the difference. He didn't hate symbolism. What he hated was allegory, and well, did I say symbolism? If I said symbolism, I don't mean. He hated allegory. He hated when something is meant to be something else, right? Like, if I tell you a story that's specifically intended to say something, but it's actually saying something else. He hated allegory. He hated, what's the other word I'm looking for? He hated the idea of a metaphorical story, right? Where your whole thing is based off of a metaphor. And Tolkien's work was inspired by his work in language and in history and in mythology. And most of Tolkien's work was inspired by Old English or Anglo-Saxon work, but he also did a lot of work in preserving the Nordic things, the Norse stuff. Surprised by Joy, yes. Definitely a Christian book. Aslan was meant to be Jesus. Tolkien didn't like it. Yeah. Like, especially after he became Christian, Lewis had a deep abiding love for his faith, and he put it into everything. Like, he wanted to share the story of Jesus Christ and like the salvation therein with everybody, and he thought that an easier way to do that would be to have it in allegory in a children's book. And it ended up being one of the greatest fantasy books ever written, so good on him for doing it. But Tolkien hated that. Tolkien was like, you just need to say what you mean, and you don't need to hide things behind allegory. Just say what you mean. So Doyle was pelted with produce when he tried to leave his house after killing Holmes. I hadn't heard that, but that doesn't surprise me because he was literally getting hundreds of letters weekly after he killed him. And yeah, he upset a lot of people by killing off Holmes, that's pretty sure. I did a paper on him in school and found reports in London Times at the time it happened. Yeah, it's absolutely wild. I love how he filled his Christian fantasy book with Greek mythology. Yeah, and that's the thing is that Lewis and Tolkien were some of the, like, they were really brilliant philologists and historians, and they are responsible for a lot of that stuff being brought properly into the 21st century. Well, I'm a recovering Catholic, but surprised by joy was great. Yeah, and I say this all the time, like, because there are a lot of people who had really bad churches and families. Like, you shouldn't steer, like, even the Bible. Like, the Bible is a great book overall. Like, there are a lot of good moral lessons and philosophical lessons in the Bible. The Bible is an incredible book. And if you don't want to read it because you had a family who was abusive, but they were also Christian, or you went to a church that was the same way, I would say don't do that just because you're doing yourself a disservice. Because you have to ask yourself, if somebody who believes something does something to me, is it that ideology, is it that doctrine that did it to me? Or is it the person, and was the person following it? And now, I'm not telling anybody what to do. I'm just saying, like, I know a lot of people who won't read Lewis because they found out he's a Christian, right? I know a lot of people who won't read Lewis because they're like, oh, well, I don't want to read an allegory for Jesus. And I say, well, why don't you want to do that? And, well, my parents were Christian and they were abusive. I was like, okay, well, it doesn't say in the Bible, like, the Christian doctrine doesn't say beat your children. So, like, you know, it's you have to separate what people do from other things if you want to be able to learn things. It's the same thing, like, people got upset when I talked about Genghis Khan, right? People got really upset when I talked about Genghis Khan. And they were like, well, you shouldn't talk about him because he was a bad guy. Well, if I'm not going to talk about bad guys from history, if I'm not going to talk about people who did bad things, I opt myself out of like 80% of the lessons that history has to offer. So you can hold people to account for the things that they do, but you should measure everything to the same standard. And again, I'm not telling anybody what to do. I'm just saying, for sake of happiness and like intellectual diversity and things like that in your mind, being able to approach ideas in a fair and measured way, measure each thing on its own merit is all I would ask of you, just to make sure that you are... Most of the people who turn people off from Christianity... Yeah, that's exactly right, Shay. That was a very complex sentence. Most of the people who turn people off of Christianity are not actually following it. That's correct. I have a soft spot for Puddleglum, the Marsh Wriggle too. To be honest, he's unintentionally hilarious. My favorite is Mr. Tumnus. He will always be one of my favorites. Mr. Tumnus is of course, a classic. On a quick search, both Tolkien and Lewis were both contracted, trench fevered around the same time in different parts of the world. That is... I didn't know that. It's an interesting bit of trivia. I agree. If you remove the religious aspect out of it, the Bible is a great book. Well, even with the religious aspect of it, most people, like if you look at King Henry, who is... a lot of people point to King Henry as being like an example of Christianity. I'm like, King Henry was not following anything that had to do with the teachings of Jesus Christ. Christians are supposed to follow the teachings of Jesus Christ. And in fairness, keeping it fair, King Henry was not following Jesus' teachings. He was executing his wives so that he could have a new wife and make an heir. So, you know, it is what it is. Yeah, King Henry was doing whatever the hell he wanted. That had nothing to do with Christianity. And there are plenty of people who have used the name of Christianity and used the name of Christ to do terrible things. But it's important to note that those people tried to use the credence of somebody else. It's just like what happened in Ireland, right? Like St. Brede of Kildare and St. Patrick, these were good people. Like St. Brede and St. Patrick were not evil villains. And I've tried to tell people this, but so many people get upset about it. Yes, St. Patrick did come to convert people in Ireland to Christianity, but he was fairly well received by the people there. And you have to understand that part of that is because religion is not then as it is today. Like, there were not a lot of structured religions back in the day. King Henry was definitely not following anything Jesus was saying, that's to be sure. Uh, and if you look at like what Saint Patrick did and what Saint Breed of Kildare did, most of what they did was get people to stop fighting and to stop like there were some cults in Ireland that were like sacrificing children and throwing people in bogs, right? And Saint Patrick and Saint Breed of Kildare, they stopped a lot of that. So that was what they did. But then kings came in, Christian kings came in, and then used the good name of the missionaries who came in, and completely went against everything that they had taught. Yeah, that's sort of like modern myth making, Rain. But that story has been told for a long time, so there's probably some truth to it. We don't know how much truth, but there is probably some truth to it that St. Patrick used the three-leaf clover, which was a very common symbolism with like the Triskelta and the Triskela, like the three circles and the three triangles. These were very common symbols in Ireland that were used culturally and some spiritually. So it was used as like a contrast. That was a really common tactic with missionaries of the day because it helped them to relay the message. You know, it helped them to build a bridge between what people already believed and what they were trying to teach them. And that's a very common teaching tactic in general. If you remove the organized aspect of religion, if you remove the religion out of religion, well, I would say if you remove a lot of the doctrine out of, like, if you remove a lot of, like, the dogmatic doctrine out of religion, it ends up being a much more acceptable sort of thing, right? Like, because even Jesus believed in having structure because he was a Jew. He was Jewish. He was an Orthodox Jew, and he practiced all of the things that had to do with that. He was very faithful to his faith and to the, what was supposed to be done. But he also called out people who were hypocrites, who used that as a reason for power and control. When you talk about King Henry VIII, the King Henry VIII, I think when I say King Henry, I think most of us know I'm talking about the bastard of King Henry VIII. The idea of St. Patrick has been wildly distorted, Stephanie. It has been one of those ones that has really, money changes tables right. People are not open to hearing anything different than what they want to believe, and that's true. That's why I try to make all of the stories. That's why when I would tell them, and this has been tradition in our family forever, I just tell the stories as they are, and sometimes they're uncomfortable to hear, but I'm not pointing fingers. If the story feels like it's pointing a finger at you, that's probably because you have some work to do. But my job is not to point fingers. My job is just to tell the stories. My job is to give you the materials, tell you how people before you use them, and then you figure it out from there. It's not my job to moralize or tell you what to believe and what not to believe. But Jesus did not want a church and all these groups that is not even a part of the religion. Yeah, so I will get off of this because I want to read a little bit more before we go to bed. But it was an interesting aspect that came up in regards to Tolkien and if you read the Bible, what Jesus came to do was to fulfill the covenant. So the old covenant was with Abraham, and it was where God and Abraham walked down an aisle of slaughtered animals, and if Abraham's people did not keep the covenant, God had to die because of it. That's what the old covenant was. And Abraham's people, multiple times over, several hundred times over, did not keep the covenant with God. So God sent his only son to then die on the cross. This is the story of the Bible. I'm not preaching to anybody. Came and died on the cross to fulfill the old covenant and create a new covenant, which is through his body and blood. Belief in him and repentance is then how people became saved. That was the old covenant into the new covenant. And there's a little bit more to it than that. It's a little bit more complex than that, but that's essentially what it was. So much tragedy in the name of religion. It's so sad when humanity is lost and man stands as a bush. Right. And that's one of the reasons why my grandfather always says is that we got our backbone from our ancestors, but we got our morality from the Christians. Because for a long time, we were just killing each other in Ireland. And it was only when we got united underneath the one religion that we kind of stopped. But then when that one religion split into Catholic and Protestant, we just started killing each other again. So, it went. And by church, I mean, as I say, yeah. There are a lot of things about the way that these things are done today that is questionable at best. I have always appreciated your non-biased storytelling. You're telling the story from an aspect of origin and history, not from personal gain, bias, nor belief. You tell the story for what it is and allow us to listen and connect the dots in our own way. Right, because yeah, the Protestants versus the Catholic. Protestants versus the Catholics was almost worse for Ireland than the clan warfare was. Because like, I'm gonna go back into reading, and but I want to bring this up because this is a good example of what I'm talking about. Ireland, the people of Ireland, right? Because we were the bell beakers and the Latina. We were incredible craftsmen. We had some of the best martial arts in all of Europe. The Irish people were some of the most advanced, both artistically, poetically. We were some of the best metal workers and weaponsmiths in the world. And we never conquered anything. We never became conquerors. And it wasn't because we didn't want to. It wasn't we never grew to the size of the Romans or the English or the French or the Spanish or the Mongols or the Cantonese or the Japanese. We never got to that size, and why? The reason why is because we couldn't stop fighting amongst ourselves. Like, the Irish were some of the best fighters. We had, like, legitimately some of the best metalsmiths and craftsmen. Like, we were making things that the Romans couldn't even dream of. Years before the Romans even got there. But we never became a world power because we could not stop fighting amongst ourselves. And if it had not been for the Protestants versus Catholic thing, the Kingdom of Ireland would have probably rivaled that of the Kingdom of England and Brittany. That actually didn't happen until like the 1800s. Like the alcoholic Irishman and Scotsman thing, that didn't happen until like the 1800s. Like late 17, early 1800s. The Trinity wasn't a biblical thing; it was introduced later. So sort of. So this is something that gets very contentious amongst biblical scholars. The idea of the Trinity is in the Old and in the New Testament, but the word Trinity, Trinitarianism, is as a word does not exist in the Bible. So the concept is there, the word is not, and all biblical scholars love to fight about that. They love to bicker about it. Did you see? I did. I think the lady. Oh, she went into Stream Elements and fixed it. So she got rid of. I think she changed the love it. She did. So yeah, she went over and fixed it in Stream Elements, so it shouldn't come up again. The Brits drove them to drink, quite literally, quite really. We're going down. Yeah, I know. We went kind of down a thing. Just my opinion. I think Jesus came to show us we can, and to a degree, Jesus came, according to the Bible, anyways, came to fulfill the old covenant, to die for the sins of everyone, and then to rebuild that bridge between man and God. Like that's essentially what was, because man fell away from God intentionally, chose to fall away from God. Jesus was supposed to come back and fulfill the covenant that God made with Abraham to rebuild the bridge between God and man. That's essentially the story of the Bible. God made man perfect, but gave them a choice, said, hey, I want you to love me, I want you to love me, but I'm not going to make you love me. So here's the choice. That is the one rule. You're not allowed, don't eat from that tree. Don't eat from that tree, that's the one rule. And if you love me, you'll obey that one rule. That's the whole thing. Then we didn't do that. We were like, no, we would rather do the other thing. And then afterwards, God continually goes, okay, just follow this one rule. Okay, just follow this one rule. Okay, hey, stop doing that. Okay, hey, stop doing that. And he does, like, the whole of the Old Testament is just that happening over and over and over again. And then, yeah, so that whole thing happens, and then by the time we get to when Jesus Christ is born, the new covenant gets fulfilled, and then the bridge between man and God is rebuilt. That's the whole thing. We had one job, and we never fulfilled it. That's why when people are like, oh, the Old Testament is fiction, it's meant to, like, make this false story that the Hebrews were the chosen people of God. I'm like, look, there are a lot of stories. Like, if you look at a lot of the Buddhist myths, like, it's very clear that these stories were designed to, like, lift people up, right? Like, lift. Well, yes, Stephanie. According to the Bible, people are made in the image of God. But according to the teachings of Jesus, you have to welcome God into your heart because he will not force himself to be there. You have to choose God. And that's the other thing is you get all this discussion about heaven and hell and people kind of have a misunderstanding of what that is. Hell is never really described outside of John's revelation at the end of the New Testament. Jesus Christ describes hell as being forever separate from God. And the whole notion of going to heaven or hell is if you choose to live with God, then you go and you spend eternity with him. And if you choose not to live with God, you choose to be separate from God, then you spend eternity separate from God. And Jesus Christ describes that as suffering, right? It is suffering to be separate from that which created you. But the suffering is by choice. It's, I am choosing, I do not want to spend eternity with God. And that is what hell is described as. And some people, that's probably true. They don't, if you, whatever you want to believe, right? I mean, like, humans have one job, and that's to be stewards and guardians of the... Right. And it's interesting, if you look at... One of the funny things that I find about the parallels between our existence and the Bible is if you look at it... there is this idea that when we are proper stewards to the earth, things work out very well for humanity. So... Well, does that only include Christians? I don't believe that. So, according to the Bible, so Christians is like a modern phrase. One of the parables that is really important in regards to this is when Jesus Christ is talking to the rich man, right? And he says, "It is easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle," which an eye of a needle is not like the eye of a sewing needle, but he's talking about like the porthole where humans walk through into a city. So it is easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than it is for a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven. And this goes along with another subject where Jesus says, "From whom much is given, much will be expected." And what those two verses get together and say is that if you are aware of God, if you are aware of Jesus, and you know that he exists, and you have much wisdom granted to you, then much will be expected from you. But like children and people who've never heard the name of Jesus or anything like that, according to the Bible, you can't expect much from people who have not been given much, right? So we're going down a whole rabbit. Yeah. No. And I'm gonna read a couple more pages before we hop off. But I would love to speak to you more about this outside of story time because, of course, I feel you'll become lengthy at least. Yeah, and I've already gone farther into it than I would have liked to. But I do like talking about like the practical aspects of this because people get so heated around the discussion. Most people end up accepting just whatever they hear or whatever aligns both ways. And this happens with both atheists and Christians. And there's a lot of really good lessons and stuff in the Bible that I think people just don't read, either because they think they already know or because they don't really care, because they don't want to ever have anything to do with the Bible. And I like having these discussions because the Bible is one of the most criticized, analyzed, and debated books in all of history. Yeah, it was a gateway into the city. Well, that's what I mean. The eye of the needle was where men would pass through. It was a man-sized portal. Right. And a lot of people think that means like it's easier for a camel to fit through the eye of like a sewing needle. But it's, yeah. To be more specific, what Shay said is correct. I try not to go too pedantically into these things because it's just so much for people to remember. It must have something to it for it to be around this. It's very true. I mean, a baby camel, a baby camel might. And that's more talking about the point. Greatest story ever sold. Well, it is the most sold book in all of human existence. So that is true, Bear. That is true. But yeah, and again, like that's another thing is like a lot of people look at it as like Christians have always been in power, but that's not what history says. Like for the most part, Christians throughout most of human history have been killed and actually still are in a lot of countries today. So it's one of those things where because our personal experience with it tends to inform how we think about a thing, it ends up closing our eyes to a lot of the historical and the cultural significance. And one of the things that I try to get people to do is really be able to look at these things without putting your emotional investment into it, because when you look at history, like a lot of like you have to include some of the context of Buddhism. You have to include some of the context of the of the various Abrahamic religions. You have to include those contexts because they were very important to what was happening at the time. Camels are so weird looking, they're endearingly ungainly. Yes, that's true. I need to fly out to your neck of the woods and bring gifts of coffee and pastry to hail. You can seal on the conversation. Yeah, and I'm always. Yeah, well, yeah, about 2,000 years, which is fairly recent. It's a little bit younger than one of the Abrahamic religions, quite a little bit older than one of the Abrahamic religions, quite a bit newer than the oldest of them, and I think it's a little bit younger than Buddhism and Taoism. I think by like 600 years, Buddhism and Taoism beat it. But yes, yeah. Because it was an evolution of Judaism, which is why Judeo-Christian is probably the best term, because it was meant to be a fulfillment of the. My brain's not working anymore. All right, let's read a couple more pages, guys. Oh, hang on. I don't want to run ads again, but I want to. All right, we're gonna run another ad. I apologize, guys. We're gonna run another ad, and then we'll be back. I got off on a tangent there. But we're gonna do 3 more minutes, and then we'll finish up a couple more pages, and then we'll be done for the night. I've already gone on longer than I should have. Like I said previously, the interpretation of some things have changed, i.e., healers. Right, and there's a lot of things that I think people intentionally misunderstand. Because you see this, this doesn't just happen in Christianity. It happens most prominently when people are talking about Christianity from one side or the other. If I streamed, waffles would be the entire stream would be. It's hard for it not to be, Shay. It's hard for it not to be. But like, there's a lot of stuff that gets misinterpreted in Norse mythology, right? Like, a lot of the animism that goes into Norse mythology and even Old Norse religious beliefs. And it's important to note that those two things are different. Like, Norse religious and spiritual beliefs were not really reflected in Norse mythology in the way that people would like for them to have been. It's the same thing with Celtic beliefs. Most Celtic spiritualism was reflected in daily practice, not so much in stories told. Castle, question, you're Irish. Do you know of or believe in the Tuatha Dé Danann? I do know of and believe in the Tuatha Dé Danann. Cindy, 40,000 likes over on TikTok. You guys you're a mad woman, Cindy. Absolutely mad, and I appreciate you for it. That would be nice. It would be nice if we would all start looking at each other as people and being able to discuss ideas without animosity, but there are some ideas that are so deeply ingrained in people's hearts, I guess, in who they are, that they can't have an opposing idea, and that's very sad. Have a great night. I hope I can catch you next stream when I'm not too tired. Michael, it was wonderful to see you. I'm glad you dropped in. Next story time, we're going to be continuing The Hobbit tomorrow, but it will be on Twitch only. What? Your live contains themes that some may find uncomfortable and is restricted. Reason, harassment, and bullying. What did I do? Stephanie, I think that what you and I just said was flagged by the AI on TikTok as being harassment and bullying. What the hell?
What?
Yes.
Yeah, you stuck on religion. How dare you?
Yeah, I guess that was what it was. No. And I don't typically. I cannot believe that this is. So no, we do not worship Danu, because my family, we don't believe in Danu as being a god in the sense of like being a primordial being. We look at them as being ancestors. So it's a little bit different. Why doesn't pineapple belong on pizza? You're gonna get me banned on TikTok. No. Emeralds lady. Talking smack about. I'm sorry, Castle. No, it's not your fault. I don't know why it did that. I do not know why I did that. But for some reason, that little section of Discovery, yeah. But we look at the people from the sagas and from the old stories as having been our ancestors. So we record these stories much more in a way that we are telling stories of those who we are descended from, and we do lift up our ancestors, like we do hold them up as being an example, but we look at it as these were the great ancestors whose blood we carry, and it is our job to do them honor, is essentially how it goes. And to, like, seriously, I don't really, like, it's been a joke on Storytime forever that I don't like pineapple on pizza, and that Milo and Destiny haven't been hugged enough as children for liking pineapple on pizza. Like, it's been the joke forever. But the reality is I don't like sweet things with my savory things, so that's a part of it. Hannah, if you want to stick around for one more page, I'm gonna finish this page. I'll finish it up right now. I'm gonna do one more page, and then we're gonna be done there. The big thing, and even Gordon Ramsay has said this. The reason why you don't put pineapple on pizza is because pineapple with dairy, citrus with dairy curdles dairy. So when you put pineapple on cheese, it starts to curdle and rot the cheese. So that's the big thing for it. You guys, oh, something else. Yes, and me knowing your history in generations before. Yes, to me, knowing your history in generations before, I agree, absolutely. And that's what a lot of our family tradition is founded on, Ray, is that specifically. Cheese is not literally curdled, Shay. It is kind of. It's kind of true. All right, Hannah, if you are going off to bed, good night, rest well. I'm gonna do one more page, and then we'll finish up, okay? What's a burr rabbit got to do with my pockets anyway? Said William. And can you cook 'em? Said Tom. You can try, said Bert, picking up a skewer. I wouldn't make above a mouthful, said William, who had already had a fine supper. Not when he'd been skinned and boned. Perhaps there are more like him round about, and we can make a pie, said Bert. Hey, you! Are there any more use of sneaking about there in the woods, you nasty little rabbit? Said he, looking at the hobbit's furry feet, and picking him up by his toes and shook him. Yes, lots, said Bilbo, before he remembered not to give his friends away. No, none at all, he said immediately afterwards. What do you mean? Said Bert, holding him right way up by his hair this time. What I say, said Bilbo, gasping. And please, don't cook me, kind sirs. I am a good cook myself. I cook better and cook better than I cook, if you see what I mean. I'll cook beautifully for you, a perfectly beautiful breakfast for you, and if only you won't have me for supper. Poor little blighter, said William, who had already had so much supper as he could hold. Also, he had had lots of beer. Poor little blighter, let him go. Not till he tells me by what he means by lots and none at all, said Bert. I don't want to have me throat cut in my sleep. Hold his toes in the fire till he talks. I won't have it, said William. I caught him anyway. You're a fat fool, William, said Bert. And I've said afore this evening, and you're a lamb. And I won't take that from you, Bill Huggins, said Bert, and he puts a fist into William's eye. Then there was a gorgeous row. Bilbo had just enough wits left when Bert dropped him on the ground to scramble out of the way of their feet before they were fighting like dogs and calling one another all sorts of perfectly true and applicable names in very loud voices. Soon they were locked in one another's arms, rolling nearly into the fire and kicking and thumping while Tom whacked at them, both with a branch to bring them to their senses, and that, of course, only made them madder than ever. And I think there is where we'll stop for the night, my friends. We've already gone quite a bit over what we were supposed to do this evening. William is all right for a troll. Yes, indeed he is. He's all right for a troll. He is. It was tumultuous era. The one side kept using pineapple spears and the other using elite steel daggers. The death toll was in the millions. Oh, thank you, my friends. Hey, Cindy, made your way over to Twitch. Spectacular, it's good to see you. Yay, wonderful reading, Castle. I love it. I'm very glad that you enjoyed it. We will be back continuing the saga of Bert and William. Here tomorrow. We will only be on Twitch tomorrow, my friends. So only Twitch will have story time for tomorrow, but Tuesday we will be back on for everyone. And I gotta figure out if TikTok is gonna ban me for harassment and bullying because we were talking about people treating each other well. I don't know how that's... It's going to be a short saga. Shh. Shh. Papillions are adorable dogs. Where did that come from? I knew a papillion named Frosty once. Everyone must join the Twitch side. You know, we talked about this a little while back. Boo, I know, I'm sorry. But we can't do a bunch of giveaways on Twitch and YouTube because we'll get in trouble. So, like, I'm pushing my luck already by doing the Read-A-Thon on all of the platforms on Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday. Because we can get in trouble for it on TikTok especially. And YouTube does not like it either. So, it was a tumultuous era. The one side kept using pineapple spears, and the other using elite daggers of steel. The death toll was in the millions. Something like that. Like the TV announcer. This summer. Something like that. I could answer a TikTok question, but it may get you in more trouble, so also may not be well liked by most who hear it. Yeah. I've charged my earbuds and can listen while at the shop. Wonderful. We'll be glad to have you in, Tyson. Sunday. But yeah, so I do apologize for everyone who prefers other platforms. We cannot do every day on all of them, or else we'll be risking losing those platforms, and I know that would be more upsetting for everyone than having to go over to Twitch a couple of days this week. One of the things I did want to say is that we are getting very close to the becoming partners on Twitch, and if the tavern, and this is something the lady and I have never really worried about, but one, we're fast approaching the 100,000 mark. Like, we're only at 35,000 subscribers on YouTube, but we're growing very quickly, and I think that by the end of the year we'll be at 100,000. We will be the only, or the first, one of the only traditional storytelling channels on YouTube to have a silver play button, which is the 100,000. And we will be the only partnered Twitch channel, if we make partner, we'll be the only partnered Twitch channel that is a traditional storyteller's channel. Almost everyone I know who has put a partner push into their title seems to get people in. I don't really want to. I don't really want to like make it a thing. But if it does happen naturally, that would be very neat. I think because then we will be the first storytelling community on Twitch to become partners, and I think that that would be lovely. How do we get there? So we already meet all of the other standards on Twitch because we stream a lot, and people spend a lot of time watching. We have to reach an average of 75 people for a 30-day period. So it means we have to have 75 people or more watching for a 30-day period to qualify. And then all we have to do to get the silver play button on YouTube would be we have to hit the 100,000 subscribers, which we're headed there. We'll probably be there by the end of the year, which will be very nice. Pineapple, no, avocado, burned like Joan of Arc. What? That's kind of. What, am I missing part of the conversation? What is that? Where did that come from, Pike Goblin? That's freaking amazing. It is very exciting. It's not something the lady and I ever thought would happen. Like there are so many people coming into the tavern. I want to remember all of you, and I like it's such a thing because I have to respond to all the comments and messages, and I don't think have is not good. I get to respond to so many wonderful comments and messages from you all, and it truly is a pleasure and privilege. So everyone tells your family, your grandmother, your cousins, everyone tune in and watch. Yeah. I think I'm subbed on Twitch and YouTube. And we have a lot of exciting stuff coming on YouTube. Like we're doing a whole season, I guess, a whole series on the Celtic tribes, their mythologies and beliefs, and their languages, and that's going to be coming out soonish, starting soon, anyways. I'm very excited about it. Well, friends, would you like a song from me before we go? I think that here is where we can end up for the night. But would you guys like a song from me before we end up? I'll rally the troops. You need subscribers. I'll bring them. I appreciate you, Goblin. I appreciate you. That's going to be amazing. I'm going to watch all of it. I'm so excited about it. It's some of my favorite longer videos that I've ever written. If I'm being honest. Sick note, I think so. Yeah, let's do the sick note, and then we had a request for Leave Her Johnny. I think that we'll do those two. My scream name comes from a story I am writing. Well, Emerald's lady, I think that if you are interested, you can share that over in the guild. We have quite a few writers who put their food over there to do feedback. What does Dalad the Forge mean? I'm definitely butchering it. Oh, do you mean Schlangefol? Is that what you're asking, Rain? My book is coming in handy. I believe that it is, Joker. I believe that it is. Good night, Hannah. Off to bed with you. Speaking of writing, I should be writing. Shouldn't we all? Need more butterbeer. Yeah. So Schlangefol is SLANGOFOILL, and it's Schlan go. Fold, but you say it with an Irish accent, so it's Schlangefol, and it means bye for now. It is essentially saying like I'll see you later in Irish. Castle, I'm going to say good night, Frost. Thank you. I appreciate you for all your help tonight, my friend. We'll do Raise the Rose too. So we'll do. I also write poetry. Poetry is a rare art these days. There are a lot of people who write it, but not very many people who write it very good. Okay, let's get some songs out of the way, friends. We're gonna do Sick Note, then we'll do Red is the Rose, then we'll do Leave for Johnny, and we'll end it there, my friends. So let's get started. We're gonna do the Sick Note by Pat Cooksey to start with. Thank you all for joining us tonight, and thank you to everybody who tipped the tavern keeper. Everybody, like you guys did absolutely incredible tonight. I appreciate you. The A has a fada. Yes, the A has a fada above it. And the I also, I don't remember what all of the little accents above. The only one I remember is the umlaut. I can't remember what they're all called, but yes, the A has the fada above it, and the I also has an accent above it in full. So Schlangefol. Matty says, thank you so much, Castle and Big Sis. Thank you, Matty. I appreciate all of you guys for being here. It means the world. Huh. Can you, do you want me to mute? For the weird question? Okay. No, okay, it's because my stupid phone keeps hearing me. And it keeps doing that. So yeah, just delete it. Delete it. It keeps making new ones. It's so dumb. I hate it. Cindy, I would need to practice. I tell you what, I will practice tonight, and the lady and I will do either the lady and I or the lady will do cockles and mussels for you tomorrow. Would that be acceptable? I already got 9 more goblins that will arrive next story time. I appreciate you, goblin. Bringing in the goblins for reinforcement. I appreciate it. It would be pretty crazy if by the end of the story, by the end of this month, if we were able to qualify for part. I'm not expecting that. Like that would be crazy work. But getting close to that by the end of it, that would be insane. Thank you so much for this lovely safe place together. It's my pleasure, Nina. It really is my pleasure and privilege to do so. Oh, modern world problems. Yeah. Because it keeps hearing me and then it'll search for random things. And sometimes it really misunderstands me. Like, this thing does not understand me well at all. Pennsylvania Renaissance Fair nerds on the way. Well, then we'll have to make the Pennsylvania Renaissance Fair one of our stops when we tour. Oh, I appreciate you, Goblin. I appreciate you. Okay, here we go. Dear sir, I write this note to you to tell you of me plight, for at the time of writing I am not a pretty sight. Me body is all black and blue, me face a deathly grey, and I write this note to say why Paddy's not at work today. Whilst working on the 14th floor, some bricks I had to clear. To throw them down from such a height was not a good idea. The foreman wasn't very pleased, him being an awkward sort. He says I'd have to cut them down the ladders in me hod. Now, clearing all these bricks by hand, it was so very slow, so I hoisted up a barrel and secured the rope below. But in me haste to do the job, I was too blind to see that a barrel full of building bricks was heavier than me. And so when I untied the rope, the barrel fell like lead. Still clinging tightly to the rope, I started up instead. I shot up like a rocket till to my dismay I found that halfway up I met the bloody barrel coming down. Well, the barrel broke me shoulders, to the ground it sped, and when I reached the top I banged a pulley with me head. I clung on tightly, numb with shock from this almighty blow, as the barrel spewed out half the bricks some 14 floors below. Now when these bricks had fallen from the barrel to the floor, I then outweighed the barrel and so started down once more, still clinging tightly to the rope, my body racked with pain. When halfway down I met the bloody barrel once again. The force of this collision halfway up the office block caused multiple abrasions and a nasty state of shock. Still clinging tightly to the rope I fell towards the ground and landed on the broken bricks the barrel scattered round. As I lay there groaning on the ground, I thought I'd passed the worst, but the barrel hit the pulley wheel and then the bottom burst. A shower of bricks rained down on me, I hadn't got a hope. As I lay there bleeding on the ground, I let go the bloody rope. The barrel then being heavier, then started down once more, and landed right across me as I lay upon the floor. It broke 3 ribs in my left arm, and I can only say that I hope you'll understand why Paddy's not at work today. And we all say together, poor Paddy. Poor guy having a very bad day. Sounds like something out of Looney Tunes or Home Alone. Yeah. That song is so old and so famous that the story of it got on the Mythbusters. I'm going to head out, but thank you for reading and waffles. Good night, Shay. Always wonderful to see you. I hope we'll see you back tomorrow. But if we don't, we will have great joy in our hearts the very next time that we see you. All right, let me wet the whistle a little bit. I think that 5 hours is just about my. I think we said this perfectly. 5 hours is just about the limit of what my voice can handle, because I can feel myself getting hoarse already. So we're gonna do Red is the Rose. Would you guys like this to be a duet with the lady and I? Oh no, that's mostly it. I mean, I could go a little bit deeper into it, but that story of the guy doing the blocks, right? That story of the guy putting the bricks in the barrel, then untying it and launching into the air. It's such a famous story that the Mythbusters tried to determine whether or not it was true, and they determined that in some cases it might be plausible, but that it likely never really happened. But they have the problem is that they didn't incorporate Irish luck into the factor, because Irish luck is some of the worst luck in the world. Castle is a Shetland pony, a little horse. Indeed I am. Indeed I am. Would you guys like for Red is the Rose to be a duet with the lady and I? Okay, so then what we'll do is the lady and I will do a duet. We will sing the chorus together. I will sing the verse, and then she will sing every other, or she will sing the end verse. How's that sound? You want to come over here and sing with me, my darling?
Yeah.
We're singing Red is the Rose. Ah, wonderful. Let's do it. Joker, I'm glad you stuck with us all night, my friend. It's always lovely to see you. I'm going on Wizards. I'm going on Wizard Day. Wait, wait, hang on. I'm going at the end of the month. I'm so excited for. Oh, you're going to the Renaissance Fair, Cindy. Okay, and then I sometimes the conversations get a little bit disjointed, and I forget what we're talking about. That's so fun. Well, you'll have to tell us how you enjoy it. I love Renaissance fairs. I used to do conventions and Renaissance fairs all the time. Bear, thank you for the bits, my friend. I'll answer this way. Well, thank you kindly. Bear's drinking so much Black Dragon mead tonight. I don't know how he's going to be walking later. He already has trouble walking with that back of his, but now he's adding alcohol into the system, and it's who knows. I'm happy to have a time. It's always wonderful to have you, Joker. If you're lucky enough to be Irish, you'll never have to worry about luck again, or however it goes. Yeah, because it's going to be bad for the rest of your life. Joe McCartney does a great version of Paddy. There are a couple of really good versions. I like the Pat Cooksey version because it's got that extra verse in it. I've never been to a Ren Fair, but I used to be a part of the SCA as a kid. See, I would like for some of the festivals that we do, because if we ever get the tavern built, and we ever get the village built, I would like to host multiple festivals a year and have it be like a real version of a Ren Fair. You know what I mean? Well, that explains a lot. I'm part Irish. Yeah, see, exactly. That's exactly right. I only ever get mead. Streamlabs must think I'm an alcoholic. Oh, is that why my luck is like it is? That's how it is. I've only been to anime conventions many years ago. Yeah, my brother and I used to work music festivals, Ren fairs, and conventions as media. That was what our business did for a long time. Went to a Ren fair as a child once, came home with a jester's hat, and now I have a love of clowns. It's a never-ending stream. All right, are you ready, my love?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want me to? Do you know the lyrics well enough?
Well, yeah, I'm just doing the chorus with you, Marta.
Well, and then you're gonna do the refrain at the end. Okay. She's looking at me like I've lost brain cells. Okay.
Am I doing something different? I
No,
don't think the
no, no,
chorus
no, no,
is
no.
it.
You're singing the chorus and then the refrain at the end.
What's the refrain?
This.
It's the same as the chorus, is it not?
Yes.
Okay. That's all.
So it's the final chorus you'll do by yourself. You'll sing the last line, and then I will sing the last line again as a part of the refrain. Okay. Alrighty. He's like, Mom, give me attention. Can't you see how pretty I am standing right here? Come over the hills, my bonny Irish lass. Come over the hills to your darling. You choose the road, love, and I'll make the vow. And I'll be your true love forever. Red is the rose that in yonder garden grows. Fair is the lily of the valley. Clear is the water that flows from the Boyne. But my love is fairer than any. 'Twas down by Killarney's green woods that we strayed, when the moon and the stars, they were shining. The moon, it shone its rays on her locks of golden hair, and she swore she'd be my love forever. Red is the rose that in yonder garden grows. Fair is the lily of the valley. Clear is the water that flows from the Boyne. But my love is fairer than any. It's not for the parting that my sister pains. It's not for the grief of my mother. It's all for the loss of my bonny Irish lass, that my heart is breaking forever. Red is the rose that in yonder garden grows. Fair is the lily of the valley. Clear is the water that flows from the Boyne. But my love is fairer than any.
Red is the rose that in yonder garden grows. Fair is the lily of the valley. Clear is the water that flows from the Boyne. But my love is fairer than any.
Oh, my love is fairer than any. Thank you for the song, my friends. Kelsey, you said I had to do some work, but thanks. Now I am watching The Hobbit. Well, I'm glad that you got your work done, and I hope that you enjoy watching The Hobbit. All right, last song we're gonna do "Leave Her, Johnny" to finish up the night. I just realized that I was scrolled, and so I wasn't seeing anything coming in. Where is the album, though? The Duet Collective Edition? Where is it? We'll see what we can do, Connor. All right. Yay, so sweet you two sing together. It is what is one of our favorite things to do, is to sing together. Awesome job. Thank you, Joker. I appreciate you, my friend. Let's see. Argentine, hello, my friend. Welcome in. So very glad that you could join us, my friend. We're coming up on the end, but I'm glad that you could join us. All right. About to sing Leave Her, Johnny. If you know the words, sing along with me, my friends. Here we go. Poetry is a rare thing these days, Emerald Lady. It's even rarer for it to be good. So if you ever want to show people your poetry, you want feedback on it, there are quite a few writers over in the guild who I'm sure would love to talk to you about it. Thank you again, Una, for From Before Us tonight. You sang it magnificently as I knew you would when I first heard the song, says Bethany. Now join me for Leave Her, Johnny, my friends. Here we go. I thought I heard the old man say, leave her, Johnny, leave her. Tomorrow ye will get your pay, and it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. For the voyage is long and the winds don't blow, and it's time for us to leave her. Oh, the wind was foul and the sea ran high. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. She shipped it green and none went by, and it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. For the voyage is long and the winds don't blow, and it's time for us to leave her. I hate to sail on this rotten tub. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. No grog allowed and rotten grub, and it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. For the voyage is long and the winds don't blow, and it's time for us to leave her. We swear by our oath, for want of more, leave her, Johnny, leave her. But now we're through, so we'll go on shore, and it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. For the voyage is long and the winds don't blow, and it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her, for the voyage is long and the winds don't blow, and it's time for us to leave her. Thank you kindly, my friends, for the song. Hello, everyone. Just popped in to say goodnight. Good night, Mary Beth. I'm so glad that you were able to drop in for a little bit. Thank you kindly. Justin, hello. He said, oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. Yes, at the end of story time, we usually sing a shanty for two. Love that one so much. It is a good one, a classic. Good night, Joker. Rest well, my friend. Castle and family have two side quests. One, listen to I See Fire by Celtic Woman. Two, listen to Flow by Vanathium. Trust me, you won't regret it. All right, I'm gonna grab this so I can remember Goblin, because I will definitely forget. The lady and I have so much stuff going on all the time. I'm constantly forgetting things. I love shanties. We love them as well. Next time, let's do Drunken Sailor or Oh Billy Riley. Yeah, absolutely. So, again, I want to remind everybody the Read-A-Thon is going on every day this week, all the way up into Sunday. But Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday will only be on Twitch. Also, if you want to be able to vote on things that we are reading, as well as on the songs that we are listening to, make sure that you are in the guild. And with that, my friends, to everyone who tipped the tavern, you guys were overwhelmingly generous tonight. To everyone who tipped the Cavern Keeper, thank you all, my friends. It means the world. For everyone who came out and spent the evening here with us, I appreciate you. Your time is the most valuable thing you have. Spending it here in the tavern means the world. And to all of the folks who were chatty tonight and who enjoyed conversation with us here in the tavern, thank you so much for what you've done. I have one of my poems I would love to hear you read. I'd love to give it a read. Emerald Lady. Good night, Castle and Una. Sending hugs and wishing for a good night's sleep. We're going to have a great night's sleep. I hope. May watch from PlayStation so the kids can watch too. Wonderful. That would be amazing. Almost 50k. You got very close to 50,000, City. You guys are absolute lunatics over there on TikTok. I appreciate you. Thank you, Tavern Keepers, for a lovely evening. Thank you, Milu. I appreciate you. Give them more gold. No, we don't need any no more gold this evening. I appreciate you. All right, friends. This is all for the night. We are at the 5 hours, and I am exhausted. One for the road. Thank you, Justin. I appreciate you, my friend. Tips of the Tavern Keeper are always appreciated. I will see you all back tomorrow at 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time for more Hobbit. And if you want again, you want to join the giveaways, you got to be over on Twitch. So we will see you guys then and there. Thank you so much for your time and support, my friends. It means the world to us. I hope you are enjoying the daily story times, and we will see you for more reading later. If you're on Twitch, we're going to run out, and we'll see if any of our friends are on to raid, and if not, this will be the end. But for everybody else, this is where we must part. And while that is sad, we will again gather the next time that you all seek a story. So until then, my friends, I will bid you all stay bloodthirsty, and we will see you next time. Have a good night.
The frost is a shroud on the sleeping glen. We lay out the brat for the healing of men. A silver shadow moves over the height. Reed carries embers to the falling of woe, while the moon o'er the she is heavy and full. Oh, breathe, breathe life in the cold of the clay. Lead us from shadow and into the day, with the spark of the forge and the flow of the spring. Wake every winter-bound slumbering thing. The wheel is a-turning, the lights on the way. She stands at the anvil where destiny's cast, to hammer the future and soften the past. With iron and fire she tempers the soul, to make what was broken vibrant and whole. The ice starts to weep at the touch of her hand, as the green fire of Imbolc awakens the land. Oh, breathe, breathe life in the cold of the clay. Lead us from shadow and into the day, with the spark of the forge and the flow of the spring. Wake every winter-bound slumbering thing. Cure for the weary, a song for the sage. A new leaf is turning on history's page. From the sacred well to the mountains rise,